roads twisting hard where the shadows lie. Grip the handle, feel the engines roar. Freedom ain't a dream, it's the open door. Ride the storm, feel the thunder break. Cut the change and let the earth quake. Born to run, born to never fold. Heart of fire, soul of untamed gold. Night's a beast, it devours the weak. Steel and fire, the language I speak. Dust in my lungs, wind in my face. Speed's my temple, this road's my grace. Ride the storm.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking live at the virtual Talladega Super Speedway. It is all culminated to tonight. The NASRA 500 King of Talladega, the inaugural running of this event. It's going to be a good one, obviously sponsored by ServPro. Who will survive the big one? Who will survive 500 miles at Talladega? Stick around with us for a couple of hours. We're going to find out here very, very soon. Good evening, folks. I'm the redneck announcer, Jake Reeves. My good buddy right beside of me, Ron Montz. And obviously, the Australia D-Hop the Biggles on production, the best damn one in the business. Talladega, this is the place. I've talked about it numerous times. If anybody's heard it on this channel, anybody knows me, Talladega is near and dear to my heart. Love this place. It's like a second vacation to me. This is a straight-up behemoth of a place. Ron, buddy, this is going to be a barn burner here tonight.
Oh, it certainly is. We've got the biggest, baddest track in the NASCAR world. We've got a pretty big field for us here tonight. I'm looking forward to it. We got a huge race in front of us as well. I'm looking forward to being here in the booth. It's going to be a heck of a lot of fun.
It's going to be an absolute blast. Getting ready for the grid here tonight. This is how they will roll off here tonight, starting on the pole from Chicago, Illinois. Number 12, Windy City, Ethan Eckert on the pole here tonight, starting on his outside. From Rolla, Missouri, Cody Dagles in the number 6. Right behind them, Dylan Jones in the 011 from Minnequay, Wisconsin. I'm assuming that's how that you're supposed to pronounce it. And right behind him, the 33, showing 29, but he's a 33 out there on the track. That will be Jackson Boss. Right behind him from Salem, Wisconsin, the Cheesehead, the Toddy Horse, Ryan Johnson in 38. Right beside him, oh baby, here we go, Sebastian Marin from Puerto Rico, rolling off from P6 here this evening. Mark Pearson back there in the 077 Detroit, Michigan, rolling off from P7 here tonight. And John Ward in the 92 from Valdosta, Georgia. One of them Georgia boys, better be watching out for him here tonight. John Ward rolled up from P8. We'll take you all the way through the top 16. Malik Ray. Oh, baby, this is one where everybody needs to watch out for. Greenville, South Carolina. Coca-Cola Esports driver. Watch out for Malik Ray here this evening. And PGR's Matthew Baker in the 5 from Mongolia, Texas, rolling off to make it the top 10. Justin Melikar in the 84 from Brenton, Florida, rolling off from P11. And Chase Mastrita starting in the P12 spot in the number 8, obviously from Breckenridge, Colorado. That is Trace Mastrita. That is how you pronounce his name, just so everybody knows. Asher Little starting right behind him in P13 in the 01 from Kannapolis, North Carolina, Dale Jr. Country. And oh, baby, Munford, Alabama local, Jonathan Cofield, DSR Electric Truck Series champion, defending champion, rolled up for P14. Sean Hill back there in the 77, according to this. Sean Hill will be rolling off from P15. And Connor Yurishek, the Canadian. That is the top 16 to you, Ron.
And then looking right behind on row number 9, we got Ken McCullough starting alongside Freddie Basnes. You can see that those two drivers rounded out row number 9. Row 10 gonna be Daniel Falkenham starting this race in the number 88 car. And then right alongside we got Trevor Aswarnath starting this race, rounding at your top 10. He was actually the race winner in the second dual race. Keep an eye on him. Looking right behind on row number 11, we got Jacob Smetana starting alongside Kyler Wynn. You can see that row right there, gonna be very strong throughout this race. We got Wyatt Gray starting this race on row number 12. Alongside him will be Taylor Peacock. Looking right behind on lucky number, row number 13. If I can spit my words out properly, we got J.R. Miller starting alongside Daniel Eberhard. You can see that row right there. Right behind on row 14, we got Tucker McClendon starting alongside Nash Bramavilla. You can see those drivers right there. Row 15 will be Chris Blanchard alongside Nathan Harper. And then row 16 gonna be Matthew David Wood alongside Payne Johnson.
Right behind him, obviously, with Peyton Johnson there as well. There's Joshua McCullough. McCullough back there in the 05 from Savannah, Georgia, going to rock and roll here tonight. Right by, and to his outside is going to be Tyler Judson from Byron, Georgia. Damn, the Georgia boys come out tonight, son. They come out to play here on the night after Thanksgiving. Craig Schroeder, 56. Is he from Georgia? No, actually, he's from Monroe, North Carolina, but that's fine. He's down here in the South. And Kenny Reel, right there in the 11 from Evansville, Indiana. Jeff Merck, believe it or not, he is in this. We will talk why Jeff Merck is in this race here in just a little bit from Punta Gorda, Florida. And Joey Masevich, back there in the 64, Mayhem, Pennsylvania. That will make up row 19. In the final row, John Darnell III from Morgantown, West Virginia. His outside is Brock Westmoreland from Greenville, Tennessee. That is the 40 drivers to start it here tonight for the NASRA 500 King of Talladega. Now, real quick, you saw Jeff Merck and some of those other drivers. Do want to kind of give you an idea. Some drivers is going to have to take an EOL right here at the start of the race. Some of them didn't even get to make it. And just kind of give you a real quick heads up on some of that. In Duel 2, there was an incident with Jonathan Cofield, got up into the wall coming off turn 2. Something happened, but it will result him in an EOL here at the start of this race. Apparently it took out a bunch of drivers, so they're going to throw him an EOL at the start of this race. Andrew Harris and John Ward actually got into a little bit of a what we like to call a good old-fashioned slugfest. Words were exchanged. There was a little bit of a kind of incident. Andrew Harris has been eliminated from the event. John Ward, apparently Harris got into Ward. Ward come back after him. I mean, it was just a cluster. Ward was already locked into the event, but he is given an EOL at the start of the race, and also will have to receive a drive-through penalty under green after lap 1 is completed. Now, when all that happened, there was some drivers that got knocked out one way or another. Something happened. So Joey Masevich and Brock Westmoreland, they are good to go. They got in from getting caught up in that wreck. Now, also, there was the race where John Darnell III was in. There was door banging. Something happened. Darnell was fantastically in. He was going to have it by a mile. But something happened, completely knocked him out of it when he was going through the trial. I talked about it Wednesday night. They allowed Darnell, who was sitting in prime position to be able to make it, they hooked him up and they got him in. Jeff Merck got in by Chris Blanchard. Blanchard had a sponsor's provisional. He had already locked himself into the race, so Blanchard had his own opportunity, however he wanted to do it, and to go ahead and give the spot to Jeff Merck. And Merck, who everybody knows has watched all week, has literally busted his tail all week and spent a lot of money to try to get in this race. And Chris Blanchard got him in. He is going to have to really send him a thank you card, a Christmas card, really, for getting him into this thing. You saw your race details a while ago, 188 laps, 500 miles. You saw where the stage is going to be, all of that right there on the bottom right of your screen, 60, 120, 188, 6 sets of tires, 100% fuel capacity. That will be a good one. Stage 1 and Stage 2 are going to be sponsored by none other than PGR Esports. We'll talk about them here in just a little bit, but here we go. Ron, baby, I'm feeling antsy, baby. We're getting ready to go 500 miles at Talladega.
Yeah, let's get ready to rumble. Got a lot of racing up in store, a lot at stake for these racers. Let's bring the thunder, man. There's got to be some fun.
It's going to be a blast. It has been a long week, folks. I hope you got your fill on the turkey, your dressing, even got you a little wild turkey here tonight. We are going green in Alabama. Roll Tide. Talladega NASRA 500 King of Talladega is underway. Ethan Eckert, Cody Eagles up here at the front 2x2 through the field. Nobody wanted to step out of line for the first time here for 500 miles off turn 2 to you, Ron.
As they head their way down the back straightaway, already seeing a little bit of breaking up in that top lane. You got to keep the momentum rolling on that high side. Keep it going, keep it going. Don't want to lose touch with that bottom lane. Let's see what they can do as they head their way off through 3 and 4.
Here we go. Eckert down on the bottom side. Nagels up top. Jones lined right up with him. Jackson Bice up there into that mix. Toddy Horse as well. Marin, Pearson, Baker, Ray, Mastretta. All of them working their way off of turn number 4. Hit the triangle this time. Dead even heat race at the line. Give the lap to Cody Nagels on lap 1. One down, 187.7 to go, or 187 to go rather. I'm getting so excited, Rod, I'm messing up on my words as Eckert takes off. Jones right behind him off 2.
Oh, and that was Jackson Byes dropping that lane. You could see him. I'm not sure if he got shuffled up or what the deal was. He got shown the door, got sent up to the high side. He's been sent pretty much all the way to the back of the pack. Shows you how these races can turn on a dime here at Talladega. These competitors got to stay on top of it all throughout. It's like riding a bucking bronco throughout one of these races. You got to stay on top of it and make sure you don't get bucked off.
Yeah, I rode one of those bucking Broncos. They are not fun at all. Not one bit. Eckert riding it all the way to the high side. The high side tickler line jumps back down to the bottom in the cellar. Well, I'm going to say a lot here tonight. Grand Pepe hiding a moonshine from Granny. Eckert on the bottom. Nagels up top. Jones there as well. Marin right behind him off turn 2.
As they head their way, hustling down Main Street on this back straightaway. Who's going to be able to jump out in front? Ethan Eckert still holding on to that top spot. That Chicago driver been pretty darn good in some of the races heading up into this event. A lot of the racers that he got up towards the front have been doing well in these races, but looking at everybody making their way up, cutting their way through the field like a hot knife through butter. Look at that number 2 truck of Ben says. Look at him up 10 spots from where he started in this race. Talk about cutting his way through the field like a hot knife through butter. My, oh my.
Yeah, I mean, he is absolutely moving. A lot of drivers already up a whole lot of spots. You mentioned Freddie Bassett is. Daniel Falkenham up 9 spots. Everhart, the third, up 14 spots. Dax Bice, we saw, got kicked up to the top side, whether it was intentional or not. He has dropped 10 spots. One of those men that's on a huge tear right now is Jeff Merck, taking that advantage of getting himself into this by a sponsor's provisional, riding on board with Justin Mullicar riding his way into turn 3. And real quick, if we can, stage 1, stage 2, we're going to talk about them 2 times, but we got to give a shout out to PGR 500, the PGR guys. And folks, get ready. February 2nd through the 8th, PGR Esports is dropping the biggest race of the year, the PGR 500, a full week of insane action, elite drivers, non-stop drama. We love drama. All leading up to one epic main event. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube and lock in exclusive streams, highlights, and every heart-pounding moment. This is the PGR 500, February 2nd to the 8th. Don't miss it. So thank you very much to the PGR guys for the stage 1, stage 2. We'll be talking about them come stage 2 as well. Jeff Merck up top, puts it going to Florida. I talked about him a second ago, Ron. Remember, he got in by provisional, but damn it, he earned it having to go through every single race throughout the week.
Oh, he was on a roller coaster ride throughout the week, so him making it into the main show, big stress reliever. I think he's going to be somewhat relieved that there is a lane for him to drop back underneath. He was stuck on the high side for so long, got shown the door by most of the field. He's now been able to slip back at the back end of that top side. Just want to point this at, though, Jacob, they saw on the on-screen graphic, track temperatures at 133 degrees Fahrenheit. That, I'm pretty sure, is about as high as iRacing track temps can get. That's one of the highest numbers that I think I have ever seen. In fact, I think if I was walking around this track barefoot, it'd smell like someone was cooking bacon.
Look, Crab out there, appreciate the love. I believe that would be love from that comment. I'm not 100%, but yeah, if you thought you just saw high energy, you ain't seen a damn thing yet. Eckert up at the front, Nagels up top, Marin, Jones right there with him. Baker lined up in there as well. Looks like there's about 6 of them up on the top side. Everybody else down on the bottom, right up against that double yellow line. Remember, they cannot go below that double yellow line to improve their position. Obviously, race control, they got about 4 or 5 of them up there watching every move that's being made here tonight at Talladega. Do not go below that double yellow line. You will be black flagged and get sent to the back. As now we got guys from the top down to the bottom. Eckert jumps up. Jones takes a shot. He'll go down to the inside. Tiny Horse, Ryan Johnson lined up with him. Nagel's trying to go with Eckert. Side by side once again. 6 of them up top. Everybody else down low.
Yeah, I think that bottom lane may start to pull ahead, that top side, losing momentum, losing strength. There's not as many cars up there on the top side as there once were, and I saw a breakaway not too long ago. Driver dipping down to the bottom. Got some drivers maybe moving up to the top side, though, trying to play me like a fiddle. Let's see if that momentum is going to swing once again. This is a momentum-based event. Everybody's got to keep the momentum rolling out there on the road, keep up that speed, but you got to know where the momentum's going in terms of what lane to be in the right place at the right time, and you can come either out of one of these stages or out of this race smelling like a bed of roses.
Yeah, I mean, you talking about playing like a fiddle. I mean, you know, literally play a fiddle like Charlie Daniels. And if you can play a fiddle like Charlie Daniels, you may be able, or at least in a race truck, you may end up coming away with the king of Talladega here tonight. Riding on board with Daniel Falkenham. We got some of you out there pulling for Falkenham. Light up that live chat out there. If you're new around here, make sure you like and subscribe to the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Keep up with everything going on here on the channel. It's all hell. Here we go, 3 wide. Damn, Ron, they took it very easy, wanting to do that 2 wide stuff. And now Everhart, Ray, Restretta, they had enough. They want to go 3 wide. They are 3 wide for the 3rd spot. Watch out, Everhart, if he gets enough for love, which he will get enough for love for the first time. Here's the night. Nope, not going to be able to do it. He ain't getting enough love back there to go 3 wide for the lead.
Yeah, now being in what is now the middle lane, that has got to be a horrifying sight. Seeing that 3 wide racing start to go on up in the front is short-lived, though. We got 1 breakaway, and now there are only 2 on that top side. I think they're going to have to slip back in tow, concede defeat, and try and think about another time in the early stages of this race. You can't really risk it for the biscuit with that 3 wide action. You just got to remain in tow, kind of play the game, and let the laps go by. You know, we still got 50 laps left to go in this stage. Still got a heck of a lot of racing action left to go from this race period. So to go 3 wide at the start, I think that's just dipping your toes into the pool, seeing whether or not that water is hot or cold.
First stage of 500 miles here tonight. Stage 1, obviously presented by the PGR 500 Great American Sim Race. February 2nd to the 8th. Make sure you don't miss it. Up front, Eckert, Nagels, still side by side. Baker trying to go up here. Everhart trying to make it happen as well. I will say this, Ron. They are damned and determined to get that outside lane rolling. Now, for the first time here tonight, I believe we may be 3 wide for the lead at Talladega. This is going to be right at the line, and Baker will lead that lap, but by inches, just by inches over Eckert. Now Baker's going to slide back. He got him a lap lead. That's about all he's going to get. Now the outside lane is just straight up dead. We're back to Eckert and Nagels off turn 2.
Yeah, that was the problem. He led that lap, but he's not going to lead anything more than that. That Texas driver going to get shown the door, going to get shuffled all the way to the back of the line. He's going to have a driver bail out on him, so he's going to drop down even more. Can't even say like it's a stone being thrown into a pond. It's like an anvil being pushed out of a helicopter. He's flying down that quickly.
I'm telling you what, absolutely beautiful, beautiful camera angles by our great producer, the best one in the business, the Australia Dean Optic Biggles, showing you the speeds, the sights and sounds of virtual Talladega Super Speedway for the NASRA 500 King of Talladega. I'll tell you this much, folks. If you got a friend, family member, anybody, ex-girlfriend, ex-wife for that matter, that loves racing, let them know what's happening here tonight, November the 28th, 2025, as we are rocking and rolling with Eckert, Nagels, everybody working their way into turn 3. Still about 6 up top. Now 2 of them trying to make that third lane going again. Baker and Everhart, they still want to try to get that third lane going, Ron.
They are stubborn. They are trying to make that work lap after lap. But I think every single time they try and do it, they lead a lap, they get the momentum, but as soon as they head their way out of the tri-oval, the momentum just stalls completely, and they're going to drop down once again. Looks like they have a third car trying to get involved well farther back, though maybe a little bit while till they get that move done. Look at that, Baker dipping down right in front of Marin in that number 32 truck. He's going to now lead that middle lane, leaves everybody on the high side hung out to dry, but now we've got the shuffling going on. Everybody wants to try and set themselves up well.
Everybody's setting themselves up. I tell you this much, Baker right there. Everhart's not going to be too happy about that. He took him all the way to the front, and then he ended up dipping his toes, like you said, down the middle lane, hung him out to dry. Now Everhart's going to have to try to get a little bit of love right in behind him. Maybe get some help. Eckert, who started on the pole, he's only led 7 laps. But, I mean, that's the most so far, at least at this point. Nagels now down to the inside. Everhart trying to get a run up top. Everybody, nobody really making no crazy moves for the most part, Rod. Everybody just kind of calm, cool, collected. You still see that 3 wide up there for that most part, but nobody doing anything crazy. Everybody just kind of looking like they're just kind of riding, just taking their time, knowing it's a long race.
You know, them going 3 wide, they are certainly risking it, but I can't necessarily say it's too strong of a risk. I think you hit the nail right on the head there, Jacob, talking about how these racers are rather calm as you can be with 3 wide racing at terminal velocity and unpacking NASCAR trucks here at Talladega. But those drivers going 3 wide, I think the best way I could sum that up, it's like opening up a Tinder account and not sending out any DMs. That's basically what you're doing right now. You're just there for the sake of being there. You're not really experimenting too much.
What is Tinder? I don't know what that is. I must be out of it for. Never mind. We'll just bypass that. We'll bypass that. Don't even worry about it. Here we go, Ryan. Tiny Horse Johnson down on the bottom side. Eckert up there still leads Baker right there with Marin. There's Malik Ray. Remember, Greenville, South Carolina, number 1 Malik Ray trying to make it happen. And Jeff Merck. Remember, that provisional taking a shot. He takes another shot. Top side, tried to go 3 wide. Look at him, got that focus in those eyes. And, I mean, I'm telling you, this man right here, if somehow or another he gets up here, let's just say he gets a top 5 out of all this, it will be unbelievable. Because it seems like every single race this past week, every single race that Jeff Merck has been in, he's racked out of. And most of it's been nothing of his doing. It's just been the bad deal out of it, as I might have just cursed him right there, honestly, because, I mean, he was taking a shot and everybody hung him out to try. But I mean, still a long way to go, 16 of 188 laps. But Jeff Merckx starting to show a little bit of aggression right here at the start.
And I will say, and this is honest, talking about Merck and the chance he may have in this race, that truck looks pretty quick, so we'll see what he can do all throughout this. Not even, well, just barely a quarter of the way through this first stage. Still a long way left to go here at Talladega for this race, but he's already showing his nose out. Looks like he wants to try and get out there with all the drama and controversy that's been involved with him, involving some of the races leading up to it in the past week. He wants to try and end this week off in the best way possible, try and get that W.
Riding on board with Cody Nagels. There's Sebastian Marin right there sitting in second. There is Matthew Baker, who started 10th, mind you, on the Florida Cabinet Distributors starting grid here this evening. Baker riding right in behind Nagels. And remember, there was some drivers. They had to take an EOL. They had to take a drive-through. One of them, John Ward, and these old boys not too far back from them, to be honest with you, Ron. I mean, you know, if we could get a shot and maybe see where John Ward is. The leaders are going through 3 and 4. Let's see where John Ward is and see how fast that the leaders and everybody else is catching up to him. Damn, they're in a tri-oval. He's got a little love right there. He's got the weatherman, MDW Matthew David Wood, lined up with him, but there's a whole list of other drivers. They're just now hitting the line. They're just going into turn 1. They're fixing to get lapped, Ron.
Yeah, and with that penalty right at the start, John Ward is going to have to hope for some sort of miracle here, either lightning to strike the field or lightning to strike in the bottle that he's got in his hands. That's a quick race truck. I mean, he won the LCQ, the second LCQ, a little bit earlier on this week. Started this race in 8th, of course, with that penalty, already shot him down to last. So you can just see, there's to fly by, and then here comes the rest of the field. I can't even say the Jaws theme would be appropriate. That's basically like looking in your rearview mirror and set missile. That is insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it's looking like right here. I mean, there you can see it right there. We've already had 11 lead changes. Folks, we have been green flag ever since the start here of the PGR 500 Stage 1 here for the NASRA 500 King of Talladega. 12 lead changes now. Cody Nagels now. Eckert, he'll slide back up there to the front. We haven't talked about our track temp and our air temp. Very, very similar to some of the races we saw. I mean, there was a couple of times, you know, Ron, where there was some races where it was cool in the air and it was cool on the track, but for the most part, at least for the LCQs, it was hot. It was hot enough to put a stake out there on that racetrack, and it's not at that 140 like we saw in one of those LCQs, but it's pretty damn close up there with about 136.
Yeah, as I said a little bit earlier on in this broadcast, if I was walking around this track barefoot, you'd probably smell cooking bacon, because that is boiling hot for the track surface, and pretty much no wind as well. It's not like these drivers are racing around a big old air fryer. They're pretty much racing in a giant oven. The air is stagnant. It is scalding hot, and that track surface, my oh my, these tires are probably going to turn into small little black puddles come time for the stops.
Yeah, no kidding. And there will go MDW and John Ward. They swallowed them up big time. It's now both of those drivers 1 lap down, all the way from 1st to 38th, about 5 seconds. Some may be sliding back, trying to make sure that they're nowhere near the big one. But for the most part, everybody's kind of crunched up right here. Nagels, Eckert controlling this race as much as they can. Baker now up there on the top side trying to make it happen. Marin looking a little high, thinking different. Jumps back down in line. Nagels now, he goes from the bottom up to the top. And now Eckert fires back hard on the inside. So for the most part, everything just, I mean, I'm telling you, it really seems like it's a chill race. And I think, honestly, Rod, I think everybody knows that it's going to be a chill race right here at the start, knowing that, hell, it's a 500-mile race. You don't want to do nothing crazy right here in the first 20.
Yeah, that's exactly right there, Jacob. I mean, hey, we're only 21 laps into this race. This race can barely drink at the current moment. So we got a whole lot of racing action left to go. There's no point risking it too hard here. You could try and go for the aggressive moves, and we're certainly seeing that with the 12 truck of Eckert really starting to cut shapes up on the front and sliding in and out one lane to the other, jumping around this track like a Mexican jumping bean. He, at the moment, is probably the most aggressive racer out of the top 10. Everybody else, though, they're kind of settled into a groove. They're feeling relaxed. They're feeling nice. We still got so much racing left in this stage, let alone the rest of the race, that there's no real point in risking it. It's cool from our perspective and broadcast booth to talk about these racers really cutting shapes and getting aggressive, but no real point to do it at the moment. That pay window doesn't open up for a little bit.
Exactly right. And I will say this, that may give us an opportunity to go side by side and thank some of our great sponsors here with the NASRA 360 Racing Networks. We'll go side by side as you will not miss a thing as they are still slugging it out up here at the front. Everhart, Nagels, they're up here slugging it out with 3 wide once again. Everhart takes it to the top side. He tries to go around and hug out John Ward, which, granted, John Ward, hell, he's a lap down, but, I mean, you don't want to hurt relationships that could possibly help you out later on down the road, even though they're 1 lap down. But Ward, he's going all the way back to the back now.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any good time at the start of a race to try and make enemies, and right here, right now, not a good time at all. I think these races do have to think about the long picture a little bit. Make sure you got those good relationships in your back pocket so you can call them up, roll through the Rolodex, through the numbers, and figure out who you can call at the end of this race to try and push you to victory lane.
Up front, Eberhard and Nagels, they are side by side. Eckert and Jones back there as well. We're 26 laps down of 188, or 24 laps, excuse me, almost at that 25 laps here in Stage 1, presented by the PGR 500. Obviously, they are the sponsor for Stage 2 as well. Want to give a quick shout-out, if I can, for the Cleanest Driver Award. There is numerous sponsors that have been put together throughout this week. And the Cleanest Driver Award is Lines 3D Designs. Cleanest driver out there. Now, Ron, everybody so far has been clean. They ain't been nothing crazy. I don't know how they're going to make that work if somehow or another, which obviously we will have cautions at both of the stages, but I don't know how that's going to work out if everybody is clean all night long. I don't see it happening, but I don't know how that's going to work if everybody is clean or if there's a bunch of them that's clean and everything else. But certainly got to give a shout out to Lucas Lyons and Lyons 3D Designs for the Clean Driver Award. So thank you very much to him.
I know, that's the thing about Talladega. The races can either be absolute pandemonium, drivers run into each other, a lot of incidents throughout, or sometimes Talladega can produce a totally clean, totally smooth race. If given the right circumstances, that could very much so happen. I have a feeling it may get a little bit more hectic as we get farther along in this race. These drivers, some absolute amazing talents behind the wheel of these trucks throughout this field, but there's a lot at stake for these competitors here tonight, and they very well know that. I think once you dangle a few $100s in front of a driver's face, they're going to try and win no matter what the cost may be. So that Clean Driver Award may not be as cut and dry as giving the award out to everybody.
Absolutely, and there you see Daniel Falkenham. We talked to him Wednesday to the LCQ. Damn it, the trophies. Good Lord at the trophies that Falkenham's got. And I think he's got that camera lined up exactly how he wants it to show off the hardware while he's racing, so you can't blame him for that. But love the paint scheme. You know, Ron, I've talked about these paint schemes a lot as well, with, you know, the paint schemes showing and expressing yourself and all that good stuff. Falkenham just says, screw it, I'm going to come out here with a Dale Jr. paint scheme, which he said that's been very, very lucky for him. I mean, and what better paint scheme, in my opinion, what better driver to pick at a super speedway at Talladega than Dale Earnhardt Jr.? You could probably go Dale Earnhardt Sr., but, I mean, us young kids that, you know, watch Dale Jr. all the way from his rookie and everything else, us young kids, we all the Dale Jr. fans.
Yeah, I think if you're going to pick a paint scheme to run here at Dega, picking either Dale Jr. or Dale Sr., it's going to work out well. I think that's a very good call indeed. As we talk about your race leader at the moment, Daniel Eberhard, in that number 90 truck, started this race in 26th. He's now leading this race. Yeah, as much as we haven't had the 3-wide racing or pure unbridled pandemonium, haven't seen a big one yet. Don't want to jinx that, however. Making his way up from P26 to the race lead, that is absolute insanity. Talk about cutting your way through the field like a hot knife through butter. I think he ran that butter knife under a torch for a while.
Yeah, but I mean, Eberhard, Kind of sounds like Earnhardt a little bit if you want to think of it. Maybe trying to pull some Earnhardt moves out here. With Daniel Eberhardt III sliding up here. Got the Bass Pro on the hood. Got the whole 9 yards working against Verizon 5G on the hood of Eckert. And Baker lined right up behind Eberhardt, trying to give him the shove, maybe try to get him clear one way or another. He squirts out ahead, and not by much. Here comes Eckert back down on the inside, double file. There's a third lane way back there trying to get formed up, but nothing really making happen. It looks like pace file formation here on here in the first stage right here for the most part. We saw some 3 wide, but for the most part here on lap 28, everybody double file working their way through the trial, coming to lap 29.
Yeah, I think now that we've hit what I like to call the middle 20 here of this stage, get past the first 20 laps of this race, everybody really trying to find a groove. Then you get into the final 20, of course, everybody got to try and grab that stage win. Here, however, in this mid portion of the stage, everybody's got to try and take it a little bit easy as we're now about a half a lap away from hitting the halfway mark in this first stage. Everybody at this point just trying to run in a groove, get in those good performances, and keep a clean truck. You know, to finish first you have to finish. I've read that in a fortune cookie before, and I think these racers need that stapled onto their steering wheel here tonight.
Close to 80 of you out there watching in the live chat. If you haven't yet, you saw the graphic, make sure you hit the like, subscribe button. Keep up with everything going on with the North American Sim Racing Association. All kinds of good racing. Just because it's the King of Talladega, that don't mean the racing stops here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Monday nights, DSR Electric Truck Series. Tuesdays, the Florida Cabinet Distributors Endurance Series starting up here very, very soon. Wednesdays, obviously, the Florida Cabinet Distributors Cup Series. Yes, they sponsor both of them. And then, obviously, on Fridays, the Premier Series, the Concerns of Police Survivors Truck Series in Season 11. All races broadcasted live here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. The racing doesn't stop after the King of Talladega. So make sure all of you out there like and subscribe, make it happen. Some of you calling for Mark. We got all kinds of you out there in the live chat. Let us know who you're pulling for here tonight. It's Merritt on the outside. Eberhardt, he switched lanes, went from the top, jumped down to the bottom. Now Merritt, oh baby, Puerto Rico trying to take it all the way to the house. It's an international affair up at the front. Man trying to make it happen, but Baker from Texas down on the inside trying to make it happen.
And you got a duo of LCQ winners leading that top side. Sebastian Marin won the first LCQ race earlier on this week, and Malik Ray right in tow is able to grab the win in the third and final LCQ. So those two linked up on the top side, trying to keep the momentum rolling and run strong. You got John Ward a little bit farther in the back as, oh boy, we got some pit stops. Here we go.
Oh, baby, gonna split the stage right in half. That's what I was thinking, is bunch of them jumping down pit road. Some of them locking it up. Baker almost drove it off into the grass. Hell of a save by the 5 of Matthew Baker. Eberhardt goes in. Eckert goes in. A whole laundry list of drivers coming down pit road. Ron, what are we thinking here? Maybe 2 tires or just gas, or what are we thinking here?
I just run gas only, try and fuel it up and make it to the end. Even with those hot track conditions, I feel like tires may not be the smartest call in the world. Everybody's taking it though, trying to play me like a fiddle and prove me wrong. That's a driver trying to take 4. Interesting call there.
There you heard right there, the guns kicking left and right. Is now we'll see if anybody else elects to jump down. Oh, baby, here we go. Malik Ray and others jumping down pit road. McClendon, McCullough, other drivers jumping down. Ray locks it up. Oh, good God almighty. How did he not drive it off into the grass? Wow. I mean, Ron, that is rough right there to go from 185, 190 miles an hour all the way down to pit road speed limit and not blow it. I mean, that is so hard, and especially with track temps as high as they are, way up there in excess of over 135 degrees. That is tough for all these drivers to get it on pit road under green.
You see, a hot track is usually a racer's dream, but when it gets too hot, it turns from a racer's dream into a racer's nightmare. It is so hot to the point where that track has got to be feeling greasy. And the pit entry here at Talladega, trying to woe it up from terminal velocity down into pit lane speed. That looks like it's going to be a spin there. Right as I was going to say, they stack it up big time. That's another spinner.
That is the
78.
077, 78. J.R. Miller, Mark Pearson, both of them getting around. Pearson actually locked them up, spun it sideways. Miller, I think he tried to miss him, and now they are going to be in a big old hole with everybody else is jumping down, getting their service. Now they're just now getting into the pits. Here comes the 05 Joshua McCullough down for service as well. And Malik Ray and others now working their way around the speedway, fixing to catch back up. Looks like Malik Ray and them, how they pulled that strategy, they're going to be able to flip it. And Malik Ray looks like he is going to be the leader here at this point.
Whoa!
In the NASRA 500 Giga Talladega. Good God almighty, they look three wide. They are door banging going into one.
Oh, everybody is door banging, bumper banging, doesn't matter what it is. Bits of race cars that should not be touching are touching right now, and it is terrifying to see from our perspective. Look at the merge from the drivers trying to exit the pits. That is scary. Talk about a choke point. Holy cow, those drivers trying to get the momentum back rolling after coming through pit lane. They're pushing the crap out of each other, trying to get back up to speed. They nearly caused a wreck down the back straightaway. Look at this Hornet's nest, though, of trucks. Got 4-car breakaway up in the front. Another driver trying to pull off. Look at Malik Ray in that number 1 car, trying to play both ends against the middle, run that top side, run the bottom side, cover off the runs. There's always so much he can do. Trying to balance the runs here. Talladega is basically like trying to juggle chainsaws as he nearly just got an arm cut off.
Good Lord have mercy. I mean, literally, they are throwing haymakers up here at the front, trying to make it happen. Freddie Bassett is now up here leading. Malik Ray right behind him. Ethan Eckert up here in this mix. Trevor Astronaut with a killer pit board. He's lined up right there in 4th. He'll go back to 5th. Baker there as well. Eberhardt, Jackson Bice. We saw him run back up earlier on, went all the way to the top and got kicked back. Now here he is up here in 7th. Nagels, Falkenham, Jones, Wed, Merck, all 12 of them right here in this little pack. And then right behind them, about a second back, is Yerashak, Mastretta, and Harper, and Cray. All 17 of them fixing to be in a little pack right here in stage number 1.
Yeah, with only about 24 laps left to go here in the stage, look at the lap car. That's going to be tight. That's going to be close. That's going to be terrifying. That may be contact. Oh, they got through it. Oh, my goodness. That was threading the eye of the needle there. That could have ended in tears as they had their way off through 1 and 2. But as we get closer and farther along in this race, everybody's going to try pushing it even more. And hey, look at that, Jacob. You said that the Dale paint scheme was going to work. It's worked for Falkenham as he's down the lead in that number 88 truck after starting 19th.
Damn sure is. Jonesport Mains, Daniel Falkenham in the 88, taking it all the way to the front. Getting the shove from the 2 of Freddie Bassett from Miami, Florida, trying to make it happen. He goes from the top down to the bottom. 82 of you out there live watching. Some of you must have got with your ex-wives and let them know what's going on here tonight. Let's make it 100. Bassett, Falkenham, Baker, Eckert, Eberhardt, all of them working their way into turn number 2. Once again, Falkenham leads, familiar sight with 88 in front.
Yeah, now that this race is settling into somewhat of a groove, these competitors can't be too relaxed. So we got that end of the stage coming up. The rewards that come with it, some money on off of 4-year stage winners and trying to set yourself up well. They go 3 wide a little bit farther in the back. Look at the trucks slowly but surely reeling them in. They casted that net out there. They're trying to bring all that fish into the bay. Let's see how it's all going to work. Got some lap traffic still farther up the road. Thankfully, though, we don't have 3 wide racing like we did a few laps ago with some lap traffic involved. Never mind, I spoke too soon. They go 3 wide immediately. Look at that 2 truck. That is Bassinez with a mighty run.
Oh, baby, and he has got Malik Ray lined right up in his crosshairs. Lap traffic up top. Joshua McCullough up there as well. They work their way around him. Down the Alabama Gang super stretch. Bassett hits the middle. Falkenham jumps down, jumps his nose. Eberhardt lined up back there as well. Malik Ray trying to make a shot. Falkenham is there. Ray tries to go from the top down to the middle. Woo! golly bum. Ron, they're racing like it's the last lap, and we're just a little bit past halfway in stage one. But they are racing like it is 187 of 188. That's how they are racing right here in stage one.
Yeah, I can't even say they're throwing haymakers at each other. They're throwing like ninja throwing stars at each other. This is absolute madness. Everybody is going for the jugular, which would be all right if you're running on the last lap. These drivers aren't even within 10 laps of the end of the stage. So the fact that they are racing this hard is truly unbelievable. I mean, it's great from our perspective of the broadcast booth. We have not had a dull moment at all throughout this first stage here tonight, and we still got a whole lot of racing action left. But these competitors, I gotta imagine there's been some tension rising in these battles.
A lot of tension rising. Jess Childs out there in the live chat. Go get them, boys. Thanks for supporting Mad Darnell. Obviously, with Darnell, where is he at? John Darnell III, kind of sitting back there about a lap down, obviously waiting on that stage to happen, try to get himself back in contention. A couple of them got pushed down a lap. Maybe from pit stops, something happening with all of them. But here we go. Bassinet still up here at the front with Falkenham lined up behind him. There's Baker riding on board with an 90. Daniel Eberhardt the third. Oh, good God almighty. They are all sideways trying to get the buck traps lined up straight here in PGR 500 stage number one. Eberhardt, Bass Pro Shops. I love that store. Hell of a store. You can get a lot of great stuff for Christmas right here, getting ready around Christmas. Think about your husbands, ladies. Going to Bass Pro Shops. Falkenham leading them off forward.
Oh, and you can see them getting also squirrely as they headed their way down that Alabama Gang super stretch, the back straightaway here at Talladega. Everybody's getting a little bit of a wiggle on as they try and push each other to the end of this stage. Feel like something's got to snap here, though. These trucks are awkward. You don't have a lot of weight over the back end, so whenever you're pushing, it's going to get really squirrely. It's going to be terrifying from us in the broadcast booth, horrifying for those drivers behind the wheel. Trying to push a NASCAR truck at a super speedway race, it's like trying to get a tortoise to fly a plane. That's usually not going to work out well.
It is not going to work out well. Falkenham trying to hold on. He might have got kicked into the pants and got knocked up top. Baker lined up there as well. Look at Falkenham. His eyes got a little bit wide right there from that move by Baker. Got kicked up. Now Ray, he jumps up. Bassinet jumps up. Everybody got to hang Falkenham out in the middle lane. Everyone's got nowhere to go. Tags him in the tailgate. He tries to get it straight down. Bassinet goes around. He hangs out Ray. Ray's got help behind him. Oh, good God almighty. Jackson Boss up there to help as well. Matt Baker, though, with Jones behind him. Check out Jackson Boss right there. He's looking like he looks like it's just a damn Sunday drive out here. It's Friday night here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network.
You know who I feel has got to be terrified even behind the smile? It's Daniel Falkenham. Not only is he in the midst of a NASCAR truck sandwich heading his way through 3 and 4 right now, that number 88 truck nearly got turned into sheet metal linguine if a couple bad bumps went poorly as they headed their way out through the trial but one lap ago. He had that back end of the truck probably about 10 to 15 degrees out, which is terrifying just looking at that. I can't even imagine how it was for him behind the wheel. One thing I do love, though, about having the cameras and being able to see what these drivers are feeling like behind the wheel. Can't get into a racer's mind as a driver myself. That's usually a terrifying place to be in, just generally speaking. But getting to see the sort of body language that these drivers has is oh so cool. Because look at Daniel Falkenham. He is playing it up as a calm, cool, and collected, cool as a cucumber right now, even though he is going as close as you can to his competition, run as fast as he possibly can as well.
I'll tell you this much, is how hot as it is getting up there at the front. Obviously wanting to get him another trophy, but as hot as it's getting up there at the front, you may want to holler at somebody, turn that fan on behind him, because it is getting hot in here. Bassinet's leading. Eberhardt on the bottom. Ray now takes a shot. He goes to the outside. Peyton Johnson up there with him, one lap down, trying to race for that lucky dog. That stage fixing to be ended. The boss up there to help as well. A lot of big heavy hitters up here in the top 10. A lot of big movers. Eberhardt up 25 spots. Bassinet's up 15. Astronaut, Falkenham up 15 and 13 respectively. Chase Mastretta up 5 spots as well. And Jeff Merck Good Lord, you cannot quit talking about this man. I'm sure Don would love for me to shut up about him. But up 28 spots from where he started, and just as I say that, he goes up top. Well, somebody go with Jeff Murphy, not hang him out so we don't get no curse up here in the booth. Somebody go with Jeff Murphy. Finally get somebody to go with him.
Yeah, and you can just see him. I think he's got a little bit of a grin on there. Look at him pulling the momentum in that number 60 truck. Does have a lot of help behind him. Let's see if anybody's going to pull out contact made. He got a bad bump. That could have ended in tears. I can't even imagine what he was saying into the microphone. Probably a combination of many words that we cannot say on the air because that was a Code Brown moment off in the one.
Yeah, you see him right there. I mean, kind of throwing it to himself. Maybe it was his fault out of all that. He is laughing a little bit. I don't know if he's laughing at the conversation that they're having or if he's listening to us here in the NASRA 360 Racing Network booth on the broadcast. I'm not 100% which one it is, but certainly was a hell of a save by the 60 of Jeff Murphy. He took a shot trying to get the front. And B Square out there in the live chat, 138 track temp, which is exactly what it is at. He expects it to reach 150 or more at race 10. I have never seen it that high, Ron. Have you ever seen it at over 140? Because 140 that is honestly as hot as I've ever seen it. I've never seen it higher than 140. Have you seen it higher than that?
Yeah, I think the highest I've ever seen it was in the mid-140s one time. I was covering a Spec Racer Ford race at the Winton Motor Raceway track down in Australia, and it was boiling hot that day. It was 146. It was scalding hot in those Spec Racer Fords. So I think that's probably the highest I've ever seen. In terms of oval racing, though, this is the highest by a country mile. As much as these racers, you may say, if you're a road course guy, oh, they're turning left, no big deal. These tires are going to be screeching in agony as we get even to the end of the stage, let alone to the end of this race. We saw some drivers take 2 tires. I don't think we saw too many take 4, and I think that may be a blessing in disguise just because no matter what you put on, unless you put on wheels made entirely out of tungsten, I think these tires are going to be shredded by the end of this stint.
Oh, Lord, you messed up already, Rod. Your first broadcast with NASRA, you already mentioned a road course in Australia. You got dinged so tickled to death you can't even sit still. Oh, wow. I think that made his night right there. That literally made his night. Everhart, the third. Baker, Bassett, Jones, Falcon had the top 5. They flip it around a little bit. And now Bassett with Baker. Now they're going to go for second. Jones up there in the mix. Dylan Jones is the only one out of the top 6 that has been up here at the front the entire race. He started in the 3rd spot, and he's up there flip-flopping back from 4th to 5th. You see him in the 11, down there on the bottom side, and oh my God, here we go, NASRA 500, Daytona winner from back in February, Kyler Wynn. How do you do, sir? Taking it all the way to the front, started 22nd.
Whoa.
And Jackson Boss said, see you later, alligator. I'll take it down to the bottom side. Jackson Boss now going to the lead.
I think he wants to remain there for a while. Crocodile, this is a great move from Jackson Boss. Let's see what he can do. You can see the grin on that wheel. Look at that steering wheel just jerking from one side to the other, to the other, to the other. That wheel has got a big wiggle on as he heads his way out of the tri-oval, leads that lap, but he's still got Kyler Wynn on the outside of him. Are they going to try and make it 3 wide here soon? 12 laps left to go in this stage. I think this may be the time for the drivers who want to try and jump up to the front bar a little bit farther behind. I think they're going to try and charge up, maybe get some more drivers into this pack so they can really make a lunge at making it 3 wide here soon.
Kyler Wynn in the 82, taking it up on the top side from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. Taking it happen, or making it happen rather. Went from the top, jumps back down. He'll get down to the bottom side. Daniel Everhart, the third, in the 90. Oh, baby, trying to make it happen. We got the Georgia boys representing tonight. Everhart from Byron, Georgia, trying to make it happen as well. Jackson Boss up here to help him as well. Baker thought about going low, couldn't do it. Double yellow line, jumped up and bit him almost. 11 to go here in stage number 1, presented by PGR 500. And Kyler Wynn up on the top side with Everhart trying to help him off turn 2.
As you can see, some drivers still shuffling around, whether it be at the back or at the front. Everybody is uncomfortable with the position they've got to be in. And that's the thing about plate racing. No matter what it is, could be in the trucks, could be in cup cars. Doesn't matter what kind of car you're racing in or what plate track you're running at. You pretty much just have to master the art of being as comfortable as you can be, being extremely uncomfortable for hours at a time. No one of these racers are going to go through this race without a bead of sweat developing on their foreheads. I'm convinced of that. They're going to be terrified from the drop of the green through to the fall of the checkered, but what makes a winner out of a super speedway race is mastering that level of sheer discomfort and being able to rise above the rest as everybody cracks under pressure.
Yeah, a whole lot of pressure going to happen right here within the next 10 laps. I'll about guarantee you that. Kyler Wynn leads. Bias down on the bottom side. Eberhardt up here in the mix as well. 85 of you out there in the live chat. Hit the like and subscribe. As here we go. Wynn there as well. Here comes, you know what, I'm not even going to say it, up on the top side. Jackson Bias down on the bottom side. Kyler Wynn in the middle. A whole lot of help right here making it happen. And you got to think, Ron, the tires has got to be screaming because these guys, they didn't stay down pit road very, very long. Some of them may have took 4. Some of them may have said, screw it, let's just take 2 and just see what happens. But I would think, for the most part, I would think a whole lot of them took 4 tires. I mean, I'm seeing pit times well over 14 seconds. So if you was down pit road for more than 14 seconds, I would think you took 4 tires.
Yeah, that probably is the case. Like I say, though, in terms of the drivers, that even if they took 2 tires, you're not going to get a lot of coolness developing in those tires. Even though you're running at slow speeds on the pit lane, that's great and all. You're not spending an eternity down in pit lane. Basically, what it was, it's like running into an air-conditioned room for a matter of about 20 seconds on a scalding hot summer day. That's pretty much all you got going on. Plus, with the brake temperature that these trucks develop when you're trying to get woed up from racing speeds into pit lane, that's going to heat up the tires anyway, so you're not going to really get too much tire cooling out of all of that. So these racers, no matter whether they took 2 tires, 4 tires, doesn't really matter what the deal is, you're going to be struggling for grip. Now, the grip kind of debate comes in once we have to talk about the bumping. We see every single time a driver gets a bump from behind, they got a bit of a wiggle on. We see from Jackson Beers, you can see him gripping that steering wheel, white knuckling the wheel, turning it all around. May not seem like too much. The banking helps these trucks get along and keep that momentum rolling, but you still got to rely on that grip somewhat. So keep an eye on these trucks and how they're going to be feeling. If we have a driver with a big sideways snap and tires that are ready for the scrap heap, they may not be able to pull out, and we may have our first yellow for incident if that comes to pass.
Yeah, very good possibility, boy. I'm telling you, Dane's like, no, don't do it. But I'll tell you this much. We have been clean and green all so far. And as soon as I'm fixing to say something completely stupid, Bassadez tried to straighten it up. But we have been clean and green for 54 laps here at stage 1, presented by the PGR 500. And Bassadez with the M&M on the hood, or on the helmet rather, up 10 spots. Now he's kicked up right in front of Jeff Merck. And Wynn and Boss, they still battle very, very strong right here. Coming back this time with 6 to go. Literally pick your horse up here in this pack. I mean, wow, what a race that we're seeing right here. All the way back to Malik Ray, all the way down to 14th. Some lappers mixed in it as well. Even with Nathan Harper back there, 17 trucks separated by a little over a second and a half. That's what you're looking at right here with 6 laps to go in stage 1.
Everybody's bringing the thunder. They're bringing their best as we get to the end of this stage. Only a matter of time, though, before someone's going to break away, pull up to the top of the field and say, hey, I'm here to win this stage. Let's see who's going to be able to do it. Kyler Wynn really running around the track. Switch from the top side onto the bottom. He wants to cover up as many runs as he can. Give him that number of 33 truck of Jackson Buys. We saw him a little bit earlier on this race, really cutting shapes. He's going to be a driver that I think will try and risk it for the biscuit and try and get that top spot. He's going to be the Pied Piper of that bottom lane as Wynn jump to that top side. Look at everybody trying to pull out, trying to get some air into their radiators as well so they don't overblow the motors. But look at the top side gaining momentum.
Damn! Eberhard, Bassadez, they slide up 5 to go. Caution. ServPro caution is out. Obviously, the NASRA 500 King of Talladega, sponsored by ServPro, and the cautions is as well. And Eberhard got slid sideways, tried to correct it, overcorrected, came right up in front of Bassinez. Pulse Popper's instant replay. Ron, take us through it, buddy.
It was a boiling over of tensions. It had been going on for so long, and you can see that topside gain of momentum. Bit of a late dive there, trying to block it off the number 90. Just tried desperately to cover off the run from that number 2 truck, and everybody else right in tow. There's the contact. That 2 truck got some air. The number 90 truck actually got some air as well as he pancaked it once again into that safer barrier. Huge hits for both trucks involved. Very lucky that nobody else piled into that accident. That could have been so much worse than already was. Let's take a look at this moment here. It was going so well for so long. That went so badly for so quickly. Eberhard covered off that run from the number 2 truck. That right there was Bassinez right in tow. I'm not sure if he really knew that that 2 truck was there. If he did know the 2 truck was there, I wonder if he misjudged how quickly that 2 truck was coming up. Had to have been a matter of like 10, 15 miles an hour difference. That 2 truck was hauling the mail as they had their way downtown to 1 and 2.
Yeah, he had help from the 60 of Jeff Merck, and there you see the 90 of Eberhard the third trying to get it straightened back out. Thank you very much to Pulse Poppers for the instant replays. And Kyler Wynn up here at the front, remember, won the NASRA 500 at Daytona earlier on this year. And speaking of which, with the NASRA 500 at Daytona, Dean, pop the graphic up if you can, because we got the graphic lined up for you, ready to rock and roll for next year's King of Daytona. There it is, January the 4th through January the 10th. Pretty much the same damn thing that you get here. It's just going to be Daytona. Everybody loving it. All the drivers love the format. They're going to do the same exact thing. You got qualifiers through your dates right there. Qualifiers 1 through 15 for your dates for January the 4th through the 8th. Dual races on the 9th, and then obviously on January the 10th will be the features. We got drivers going down pit road. Scan that QR code. We'll play it here in a little bit. We'll scan that QR code here in a second. It takes you straight to the NASRA special events, but if you want to get in on it, holler at Brady and Cody. As Ron, they're pitting before the stage break. What do you make of this?
It looks like nearly everybody is pitting. Malik Ray has stayed out, so he's going to potentially inherit the stage victory here. A little bit fascinating to see that go on. I'm not sure. I mean, he was running on the lead lap, if I remember correctly, so it's not a matter of him having to come down pit lane next time by. So everybody giving up the money that they get if they do win stage number 1, just pretty much handing it directly to Malik Ray. It's rather fascinating to see everybody come down pit lane before we get to the end of the stage. I believe the yellow will run all the way through to the end of it. I'm not sure if we're going to have a restart with 1 lap left to go in the stage. I don't believe we will. If we do, if that is the case, they'll have a lot of grip, but otherwise, I'm not really sure if I can fully get down with the call. If it were me, I would have stayed out for another lap, but again, that is me. I advocated that the driver should have taken tires in the first stop, then just about everybody took 2, so you can take that with however many grains of salt you would like.
We take all kinds of grains of salts over here at the NASRA 360 Racing Network any way we can. We're taking a break. First caution coming out. Get ready to end stage 1 and go into stage 2. King of Talladega presented by ServPro. We're back after this. Back here at Talladega, Malik Ray still leads, did not jump down pit road. Looks like he was going down pit road while we was under commercial, but thought different of it. Pace lights is out. Stage is going to go all the way to lap 60. So I'm assuming we're going to have a one-lap dash right here to decide it, Ron. At least that's what I would take out of it.
Yeah, that we will. And if Malik Ray in that number 1 truck is on those ancient and probably completely worn down to the canvas tires, gotta wonder what kind of start he's gonna have. What kind of jump is he gonna have once we get that green flag out? Gotta imagine it is not going to be a good jump at all. As we can see, a lot of trucks running down on the apron. Are they trying to do that to get a little bit of fuel in? Are they trying to do that to lessen the load on the tires? Wonder why that is the case. But we do have a one-lap shootout to decide this first stage. Money on offer, as well as some of the fantastic sponsors that we have for this event here tonight. However, if Malik Ray, if he's holding on to that top spot, he's going to have to put on the defensive drive of a lifetime. Last game into the pits on lap 32. We're on lap 59, so it's been a while.
It has been a good while, and Ray will have one shot at it for one lap, which might not be a bad idea. Obviously, PGR 500 paying out for the stage 1 and stage 2 winners, so a little bit of extra money in your pockets out of all of this. It's Ray, Wynn, Falkenham, Boss, Nagels. That's the top 5 as we get ready for the restart. Rest of the top 10, White Gray, Trevor Astronaut, Chase Mastrada, and obviously Sebastian Merritt and Jeff Merck. That's the top 10. Is everybody able to get themselves lined right back up? Bassett is trying to catch back up to the field. Everhart was able to stay on the lead lap. And that lucky dog, that's going to be a good one right here. Wood, Smetana, John Darnell III. I know he's got some love out there in that live chat. So John Darnell III could be in prime position to get the lucky dog, get back on the lead lap, but he's got to go through Smetana and Wood to make it happen. Green flag back in the air. Stage 1 for one more lap. Here, getting it going here for the King of Talladega. And Ray's got one more lap. He's got to gas it up. He has got to go. And Falkenham trying to help him out. Marin trying to help out Kyler Wynn. Wynn got a nose out ahead, but here comes Ray back on the inside off turn 2.
And now I gotta wonder as they head their way downtown, down this back straightaway for the final time in stage number 1, who's gonna try and stab anybody in the back to get this stage win? Prize money on offer if you can get the job done. Is anybody going to try and make some enemies early? Let's find out as they head their way through 4 for the final time.
Yeah, I would love to see some beef here tonight. I'm sure a lot of the fans, maybe the race control wouldn't love to see it, but I'm all for it. I love the drama. Here we go. Kyler Wynn to the top side. Huge help from his good buddy, Jackson Bice. He will get that stage 1 win presented by the PGR 500. It looks like we're going to keep on rocking and rolling, baby. So we're going back into stage number 2. Thought there was going to be a caution out of it all, but it looks like we will be clean and green straight into stage number 2, presented by the PGR 500. And once again, read it out for you for their ad. Make sure to get ready. Oh, nope, we'll read it here in a minute. We may get the caution any damn way. As here we go, ServPro caution is out. Oh, baby, we got spinners, we got Mastrada. He is involved, and others involved over in 3 and 4.
Such a shame for Chase Mastrada to be involved in that drama. You can see some more drivers with damage. That's Dylan Jones in the 011 truck. That's a 26 truck with some major damage. I think I saw somebody with a blown motor there on the bottom. Gotta take a look at a Pulse Poppers instant replay here tonight. It was drama as they headed their way off through turn number 3 and 4. I think it was a little bit farther up the road from this pack that we were seeing. But man, oh man, that was hectic. That was pretty wild.
Oh, baby, we'll see what happens. There's Mastrada. Looks like he might have got a little love tap from Merck. Merck might have got him. And Jeff Merck, once again, getting up into the outside rotated wall. There goes the 84. 84 getting involved once again. That is Justin Melikar gets involved as well. And check out some of these guys. Damn! Is that John Ward in the 92? Hits Mastrada head on. and others. Looks like it might be Urashek that might have got involved. That one spinning up there at the hill. Looks like it might have been Connor Urashek. Right on board. The chase from Strata. Let's see what happened with Chase right here in the 8. Obviously got the Dale Jr. number 8 rocking right here. Locked up in top with some other. Yeah, looked like he might have. Ron, I mean, he looked like he might have got loose right there going in. Might have been a little bit of a love tap, but might have got loose right there going into 3 right there a little bit.
Yeah, and I think there was a little nudge as he got hammered about 5 times. He had a driver also drive through him completely, so you can definitely tell it is iRacing at certain points in time. But I think it all started with a little love tap as they headed their way up onto the banking, heading down into 3 and 4. Just started from there and snowballed out of control. Take a look at Nathan Harper's perspective in it all in the number 7 truck. This is going to be wild as absolute chaos breaks out in front. You can see the driver spinning around, hitting the wall, sledgehammer shots. That was a driver upside down a little bit farther up the road. Not sure who that was, on his side, heading his way down. Oh my goodness. Trying to figure out who that was in that truck. Oh, yeah, it was.
The 84 of Melikar. Melikar hit the wall head on and might have flipped him over. Ron, you fixing to get a first-class ticket to this bad boy right here. Check it out. We're going to ride on board Justin Melikar and just, oh, baby, just listen. Just listen. Oh, my God, just listen. Oh my gosh. And that Maya took Melikar out of this bad boy very, very fast. He sent us a message. He sent me and Dean a DM earlier today. Just wanted to just holler at us and make sure that we got his name right. Hopefully he would see us in Victory Lane, and I don't think that's going to happen after that hit right there. We got drivers coming down pit road, might have got involved in it. Falkenham still leads. We're stepping away. Another commercial break. NASRA 500 King of Talladega, Falkenham leading us here in Stage 2, presented by the PGR 500. We'll be back here shortly.
Are you ready?
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's magical creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
And we're back here for the King of Talladega, NASRA 500. Daniel Falkenham up here leading this thing. Once again, we are in Stage 2, presented by the PGR 500. And quick shout out once again, if you just joined us, get ready. February 2nd through the 8th, PGR Esports is dropping the biggest race of the year, the PGR 500, a full week of insane action, elite drivers and non-stop drama, all leading to one epic main event. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube, lock in, exclusive streams, highlights, and every heart-pounding moment. This is the PGR 500, February 2nd to the 8th. Don't miss it. So thank you very much to the PGR 500 for sponsoring Stage 1 and Stage 2. And as Dean showed just a second ago, the King of Daytona getting lined up in January here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network. But Oh, baby, I'm telling you, Ron, stage one was very calm. I mean, it was. What are we thinking right here for stage number 2?
Outside of a couple bits of drama, stage 1 really was cool and collected, but based off the yellow we had not too long ago to ring in stage number 2, I have a feeling this may be a bit more hectic. Everybody's seeing the end of this race come up slowly but surely in the distance. I think the tension may rise. Let's see how this restart goes. About to get things back up and rolling with 65 laps going to be on the board.
Yeah, everybody's shooting for that $50 right here at the end of stage 2. Like I said, it's presented by the PGR 500. Kyler Webb already got him 50 for the stage 1. He's going to get the 50 for the stage 2. And to get all the way to the end of it, who's going to win the grand prize? Back in the air here at Talladega, Falkenham, Nagels, Bice, Marin, Astronaut, the top 5 working their way off of turn number 2. Falkenham noses out ahead.
Yeah, now as they head their way down Main Street, who's going to be relaxed and feeling good? I think Falkenham has a really good shot to do well in this race. You can tell he was calm, cool, and collected under that yellow. It looked like he was on his phone. I think he's relaxed. He's feeling easy right now. Everybody wants to have a good shot to win, but that's not going to work. Oh, no! Contact being made into the wall. That's a huge hit.
That right there was Jackson Bice. Got shot up the hill. Caution is out. There's Jackson Bice. He goes around. Looked like Trevor Astronaut might have got a little love tap as well. Cofield almost got involved in it as well. But Jackson Bice right there, you see him in the 33. Hard contact. And then a couple of others tried to jam on the binders. Just didn't really work out for them. Pulse Popper's instant replay. We'll see kind of what happened. There's Bice. There's Astronaut right in behind Falkenham. Might have been a bad bump draft gone wrong. Yes, that's what it was. Might have got loose. Might have got the bad bump. And Astronaut just laid right into the tailgate, never let it off of him. Then Cofield lifts. Bice tries to straighten it out. He comes up, clips Astronaut, and then bam, Jackson Bice. All 4 tires going up into the air. And Astronaut's trying to save it. A couple others back here. Oh, wow. There's Bice once again. Gets double bad out of it. And then after that, gets triple bad out of it, out of nowhere. I mean, he got hit 3 different corners at 3 different times in 3 completely different spots on the racetrack. I don't know if that's going to be a meatball, but it's going to be pretty damn close to it.
I think that car got hit so many times, it's probably roughly the same shape as a meatball at this point. That was a lot of hits in no time at all. Let's see, that was a sideways snap from Bice that really started it all off, and he would have been fine had he not rejoined the track, hit that apron, hit the transition from the apron onto the banking, and after that, he just can't really recover. Got sideways, made contact. The 89 was the other driver involved in that. And yeah, this was another shot. That is, I can't even say that's rubbing salt into the wounds. That's basically like rubbing a bottle of Jack Daniels into the wounds. The salt had already been in there.
Yeah, but down south down here, we don't rub Jack Daniels into the wounds. We drink that Jack Daniels. That's how we do it. We finish that bad boy off. You don't finish the bottle off. It is alcohol abuse down here in the south. There's Cofield able to hold on to it and save it. Almost got himself in a bad way. And wow, what a drive right there by Cofield, able to save it. But unfortunately, Astronaut in the 89 was the other one that got into it with Jackson Bice. Thank you very much to Pulse Poppers for all the instant replays here tonight. All our great sponsors, every single one of them here tonight. We'll take a second. Let you just real quick run down through some of the sponsors here for this evening. Obviously, PGR 500 for both of the stages. Obviously, Lines 3D Designs is the cleanest driver award. Pulse Poppers for the instant replays. Dennis Detail and Shine will be the white flag for later on this evening. And Florida Cabinet Distributors, obviously, for the starting grid, which we had earlier on. And ServPro, which is the sponsor of the NASRA 500 Key Talladega, ServPro cautions and ServPro for the race. Cody Nagels is up front, Falkenham right in behind him. And Ron, look, I know we're already past stage 1. Stage 1's in the books. Maybe I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Who are you feeling out there, at least that's left, to have a shot to try to win it all here tonight? Who are you feeling?
Oh, that is a tough question. This is probably the other way that I make myself out to be a total doofus, which, hey, if I haven't done that on the air already, it's now fresh time for me to do it. I think Falkingham has a really good shot to do it here. I mean, I'm kind of joked about it right before we got this race back up and rolling, just being on his phone. I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. Spent a decent amount of my early formative years in karts, spent about 10 years in karts, and I came across many a racer who would pretty much just spend most of their time kind of taking it easy, just not really paying attention, and just be able to kind of drop whatever they're doing, playing a video game on their phone, whatever the case may be, just able to immediately flick a switch in their head and be able to run out for all that glory. Falkingham, we know, is a very quick racer in the NASCAR ranks here on iRacing. Certainly proved that here today. I think that car has been firmly up at the front. I think that 88 car has got some speed, and hey, he's got that Dale Jr. scheme as well. There's only two drivers that I think are good ones to try and have mimicked schemes of here at Talladega. It's Dale Jr. and Dale Sr. I mean, the Dale, most of the time that he got his wins, Dale Sr., when he got his wins here at Talladega, the trucks weren't really a thing until a little bit later on in his time winning here. And so, hey, I think it maybe makes a bit more sense for the junior scheme. It certainly worked out well. We'll see what he can do throughout the rest of this race. Still a long way left to go, but if I had an early contender, it would probably be Falkingham.
Yeah, I mean, Falkingham's a good pick. I'll tell you what, give me the guy that won at Daytona back in February. Give me Kyler Wynn. And here's why. Kyler Wynn started at the back, and then at one point in the stage one, he was up there at the front. He was up there racing for the lead and actually took the lead. Matter of fact, won stage one. So give me Thunder Bay, Ontario's own Kyler Wynn to win it all here tonight. And Kyler, I am sorry if you wreck out. Buddy, you from Ontario, you got a long way to get to Georgia to come after me, so don't even worry about it at that point. And to be honest with you, I picked him for that reason. He's so far away, he's not gonna fly all the way to Georgia just to come down there and kick my tail, I wouldn't think anyway. But that is my pick just because of the recent history that we've seen with Kyler Wynn and some of these big money races. If I had to take another one, I mean, damn, give me Baker. I mean, Matthew Baker, just because some of these guys in the, some of these PGR guys in these big money races, they know what they're doing. So I'd take Baker as well. Long shot, even though he's from Alabama, and I love Alabama, don't get me wrong, and I know he's an Auburn fan, give me Cofield. Here we go. Cody Nagels, Falkingham on the front row, Kenny Real, Baker, Asher Little up here in the top five. We're back underway here in stage number 2. Presented by the PGR 500 and Falkingham. Nagels side by side. Falkingham up top. Trying to get the shove. Trying to get a little bit of oomph in that back end. Get it going. Getting a little bit of love tap back there from Matthew Baker in the 5. Baker trying to roll with him. But Kenny Real gonna shove Nagels off turn 2. Nagels takes the lead.
Yeah, and that number 6 truck of Nagels, he's been quick all week, but look at Falkingham just getting that push up on the high side. He's going to jump down to the bottom and say, hey, thank you very much, Baker. I appreciate that push, that 5 car. That's a strong pusher. You can worry about yourself now. I'm going to jump down to the bottom. Thank you very much for the tow. I'm leaving now. You have fun by yourself. Thank you, Falkingham. Now the Pied Piper of this field. Look at that number 6 truck, though, right behind. He's going to be a strong contender, as I thought that I think we may have a third lane forming up there on the top side this early on the restart.
I'm telling you, I mean, very good possibility. There you see riding on board, but there's Cody Nagels. There before the race, he was in a T-shirt. I guess he might have got a little cold around there. I don't know why everybody is so cold. I know it's November, but it is getting hot here in Talladega. 86 degrees in the air temp, pushing 140 on the track temp. Still at 138. It hadn't really broke that 138 degree mark on that track tip. You see the wind really barely even blowing. A beautifully clear and sunny day in virtual Alabama. Falkingham, Baker slugging it out, going through the tri-oval. There's your race recap with a lot of lead changes. 38 of them with 3 cautions for 9 laps. Right here on lap 71, 11 laps into the 60 laps for stage 2. Daniel Falkingham up here leading with Cody Nagels behind him, Kenny Real back there as well, and Baker, he's got Eckert and the 78 of J.R. Miller lined up behind him.
Yeah, keeping on that number 6 truck of Nagels. Talked about him a few moments ago. Started this race in second after winning the 3rd qualifying race a little bit earlier on this week. He has got some speed. Daniel Falkingham has certainly proved it throughout this race that he's got some speed to compete in that machine as well. Lots of racers running very strong. Look at that 4th place truck down, dropping down a little bit because of the shuffling as they head their way out of turn number 4. But Real up 30 spots from where he started in this race. Maskowitz, meanwhile, up 31 positions. Lots of racers still up towards the front who've scythed their way through the running order. You love to see it. Everybody's got a quick truck, and with this racing has been so frenetic thus far, you can't be comfortable in one spot. You can see a driver running in P5 be able to jump his way up into the race lead one moment, then get shuffled outside the top 10 a few moments later.
Yeah, you saw riding on board right there with Kenny Real, obviously. Kenny Real in the 11 from Evansville, Indiana, with Jordan on the hood. I believe I can fly. He just don't want to actually fly. He wants to fly at 185, 190 here tonight at Talladega.
Whoa!
Speaking of, somebody's flying back there in the back. Hard contact, somebody up in the air, no caution there on the speedway. Daniel Everhart, the 3rd and the 90, he is involved. ServPro cautions out. Looks like the 56 getting involved as well. Wow, Craig Schroeder getting involved in it. Goodness. Caution out. ServPro caution out once again. Take a look at it right here. Pulse Poppers instant replay. See what happened right here, Ron. You see Everhart? Just moves being made, blocks being made. Honestly, I think they just right out of real estate, honestly.
Yeah, that's a problem that you've got a little bit farther in the back of these trains. As look at that sledgehammer shot upside down. That's the 2nd driver that we've seen in this race be on their side. That was a wild ride. I'm looking through. I'm trying to see exactly what car that may be. I saw a 6. Couldn't discern the other number, though. See the 15 involved in that moment as well. That's probably going to take the 90 out of contention here in this race entirely, because out of faster power a little bit earlier on, and things not going to be the same after that. That's a worry that you have to have at the tail end of one of these packs. Once drivers start to get a little bit sideways, you get these drivers really checking up. It was just a random bumper cars as they had their way through there, as there was a contact being made. The 90 gets sent up there, and my 99 car involved in that. That was the one who went upside down, had a wild ride, landed back on the wheels, both some roof scrapes on that machine.
Yeah, John Darnell, the 3rd, the one that gets involved. I'm sure he's got a lot of love out there on the live chat. Might want to turn away. This is not going to be a good deal for John. Up in the air, got knocked up in the air after he was up in the air, and then got knocked back up in the air. But believe it or not, doesn't look like it's that beat up, honestly, for John Darnell the 3rd, as we got pit stops. Drivers coming down pit road. Looks like it's the whole damn field. Some of them electing to stay out on the racetrack from what we're seeing. Some of them, Malik Ray staying out. Kyler Wynn's going to stay out. Most of the field jumping down pit road. Going to take an opportunity, maybe just a little bit of gas. Doesn't look like everybody's going to take some tires. Look like it's just going to be quick stops for a good portion of them. Just gas and go for a lot of them right here on lap 73. Here for the King of Talladega, NASRA 500. We're taking a break. Be right back here at Talladega. Malik Ray leads. Kyler Wynn trying to go for 2 in a row here on the NASRA 360 Racing Network for the big money races. We're back after this.
For Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's magical creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
We're back here at Talladega. Malik Ray staying out on the racetrack. Connor Wynn going to stay out there as well. Stage 2 presented by the PGR 500. Looks like we got one or two of them. Like they was going to jump down pit road real quick. Redneck announcer Jake Reeves right here with Rod Montz and the great Australian Dean Hopton Pickles. On production here this evening, a couple of laps, about 20 or so laps short of halfway here tonight at Talladega for the 188 laps of the 500 miles. There's your race recap so far. And right there, you got Malik Ray leading this thing at lap 75. 4 cautions for 12 laps. We're getting doubled up for a restart. And real quick, I do want to throw this out there in the live chat. We are not going to interview the drivers while they are racing. We're not going to interview them because there is so much internet that's going on with the Discord and everything else. We don't want anybody to have a lag out or any kind of issues one way or another. We don't want any issues with anybody. We want everybody to have a fair shot to race here for the King of Talladega. So that is why we are not interviewing drivers if they get the stage or, interviewing them under caution. We'll interview them after the race. Obviously, the podium finishers will interview those guys, and that's how we're going to do it, and that's how we're going to roll with it. So that's just in case anybody out there in the live chat was just wondering if why we didn't interview Connor Wynn. And Ron, you know about this. I mean, I'm sure you've called, big races like this and everything else. There's so much going on. I mean, maybe there's somebody talking about strategy and they don't want it to get out on the air. Or, like I said, you don't want to get lagged out because you may have a pretty good shot to win the NASRA 500 King of Talladega. You get pushed into a Discord chat and somehow or another, bam, you're screwed. You lag out.
Yeah, I've had that worry myself doing a lot of races, commentating them. Don't want to worry about anybody running into connection problems. I've covered so many races where a driver was on track for a victory and then all of a sudden, like holding on to a 9-second gap on a road course, bang, a sort of Aeronet dropout, they're out of the race. I remember one time, though, I had to produce a race. It was a ARCA race at Las Vegas with a blown graphics card on my PC. I didn't want anybody to even scrape the wall because if that happened, my frames dropped down from like 30 down to 10.
Green flag, green flag.
I'm going to have to ask you after this race how that turned out. I cannot wait to find out how that worked out. Here we go, inaugural King of Talladega back underway. Ray, Wynn, they stayed out. Everybody else went in, pitted, got them some extra gas. They're going to leave both of the lanes coming off of turn number 2 with Marin behind them. Real back there as well. J.R. Miller back there with them. And Joey Masevich. We haven't talked a whole lot about the 64. Good to see Joey Masevich up here. Up 32 spots from where he started up here in P6.
Yeah, and everybody up towards the front, trying to get acclimatized with running up towards the front. We run on board with the 64 truck. He has been up and down the field like Otis Elevator thus far. Started down in 38th. He's now running in 5th, and he may have the opportunity to climb even more. Let's see what he can do. 3rd from the top there on the bottom lane. Let's see what he can do here in this stage as we are still far away from the end of it. Some drivers blinking in and out there, so a little bit of UFO activity going on here at Talladega.
Oh, baby, here we go. Everybody trying to hold it together. Marin, Ray, they're battling it out. You got Wynn with Real lined up right behind them as well. J.R. Miller, Matthew Baker back up here in the mix. Cody Nagels, Ryan Johnson, MDW, Matthew David Wood. Believe it or not, he was a lap down a while ago. Now Wood up here into this mix, trying to slug it out. You see the 16 right back there, that red and blue truck. He is one of the young prodigies on the Friday night series with the concerns of Police Survivors Truck Series. So Matthew David Wood, there you see him right there. Looks like he's got the Coca-Cola Racing family hood right over there on the right side. It kind of looks like an old school Coca-Cola Racing family hood. Got to give him some love on that. You got to give some love to the 3 wide. Baker, Eckert, and Merck, all three of them jumping topside and gonna go by every freaking one of them. Oh my God, Baker takes it all the way to the top. He's going to the front, Ron.
Running that carousel all the way up to the top spot. What a move. Matthew Baker, that was fantastic from him. That number 5 truck looked like it had rockets behind it. Now, though, he's getting hung out to dry. Look at that number 12 truck of Eckert. He dives down to the bottom. Gotta say, see ya later. And look at Merck in that number 16 truck. He's now going to be the top of the cars in that bottom lane. He's got a clear shot in front of him. And here they go as they head their way all through the tri-oval, Jake. Now, it's going to be Merck into that top spot.
Boy, howdy, Merck has had one hell of a week, but he has found himself up here at the front. Malik Ray now jumps up. Eckert's up there to help him. J.R. Miller to help Merck. Here comes Malik Ray. Oh, baby, got Eckert lined up behind him, and Baker right back there as well. I'm telling you, they looking like it, Brian. They looking like they racing. I mean, they look like they're going on the damn last lap. Here comes Eckert down to the inside. They're throwing them haymakers, Skinner, the ninja stars that you were talking about.
Yeah, those ninja stars are sharp here, and they're getting thrown at these drivers' heads. Also to see from our perspective in the broadcast booth, our bulletproof glass in front of us who's got to protect us from any sort of drama that goes on out there. These racers, though, all they've got is sheet metal and a big hot engine right in front of them. That's all they've got for protection, and they are running at terminal velocity, trying to cut shapes as much as they can. It is fantastic to see what these racers are doing. The bravery behind the wheel. It may be a sim race, the cars may be pixels on the screen, but the racing and the emotions and the fear is certainly real here, Jacob.
I'm telling you, baby, they are getting at it. Ray up here leading this bad boy, trying to make it happen. Baker down on the bottom side, and they are going to slug it out. And folks, we have got a third man in the broadcast booth. He'll be covering the backstretch for the rest of the NASRA 500 King of Talladega here this evening. Malik Ray working his way towards Smithfield, North Carolina's own Wesley Allen. Wesley, they're heading toward you on the backstretch, bud.
Hey, buddy, give me about 3 minutes time. Just give me about 3 minutes. I'm trying to get all my paper and notes together, guys. Please just give me about 3 minutes, Jacob.
10-4, Eckert right there with them as well. Nagel's trying to make it happen. Third lane working. Here comes Mastrada. Where did he come from, Ron? We going forward. We get left. God almighty, why did they not wreck? How did they not wreck? Mastrada was caught up in a wreck earlier on, Ron. Now he's up here trying to lead him.
You know, I gotta say, and this is honest, I don't think they know how they got through that without having some sort of accident. They're gonna take it, though. They're gonna be happy. This is getting really dicey up in the front, and we said this, kind of the stage number 1 when we got past those first 20 laps. The jitters in the early stages. That's a sideways moment right behind. That could nearly end in tears. Oh, that's a driver up against the fence. I believe that's the number 8 truck. Really dropping it. Actually, no, that's Win. My apologies. He gets shown the door. He's been able to really drop that. Actually, no, my apologies. That's Chase Mastretta behind the wheel of that number 8 truck. He's now dropping down the running order nearly outside the top 30. In fact, he got a bad bump, got sent up into the fence. Thankfully, though, they didn't have the lap car to worry about. It was just the wall that he hit, not another car.
Oh, baby, that could have been bad news for not only him, but everybody else lined up behind him. Ray, Nagels, now they're slugging it out. Remember, Ray did not pit. Kyler Wynn did not pit at that lap 73. Everybody else did. They are better on fuel than the rest of them. Eckert, Nagel, side by side. Once again, they have found themselves up here at the front. They're trying to make it happen. Here comes Nagels. He jumps up, gets up in front of Eckert. And now Malik Ray trying to roll on the bottom side. On both lanes has got a lot of help. And Nagel's now going from top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom. Ron, that is a very, very aggressive strategy. It works out, but most times it doesn't work out. But Cody Nagels is doing it perfectly.
run an aggressive strategy on a plate race. Back with another bad comparison from me. It's like liquidating all your assets, selling every single thing that you own, and spending it all on lottery tickets. If it works out well, you're going to be a genius. If it works out poorly, everybody's going to look at you and call you a fool. If you run aggressive here in this race, it can either work out fantastically, or you're either going to get spun up in the fence, or everybody around you is going to absolutely despise you, as we see these trucks get oh so sideways. It's such a horrifying spectacle seeing how sideways some of these trucks get heading up out of these turns.
Good Lord, have mercy. 24 into the 60s for the stage 2, presented by the PGR 500. Oh, baby, Nagels, Ray, they are side by side. Eckert there as well. One driver back there in the back trying to get the outside lane going. Is that Mark Pearson? Yes, it was. Now Eckert jumps up. He puts the block on him. Baker lined up behind Ray. Merck right there in the mix as well. They almost stacked them up and caused a wad right there going through the trial, but they think differently of it. Ray now up into the middle lane. Baker on the bottom. Merck there. Nagels there. You got Eckert up top. Person up here in the 077. Hell, he wrecked a while ago. He's up here in it. And Tiny Horse Rod Johnson with Kenny Real, they're all mixing it up inside the top 10.
Golly, look at that pack of cars. It's like rush hour traffic at a steady click of nearly 200 miles an hour, and one mistake can end in tears. This is awesome to see from our perspective in the broadcast booth, but it's probably scary for these racers behind the wheel. Look at the stack up as they head their way all through there, and look at that, a big cut down to the bottom. Huge cuts going on here. Eckert in that number 12 truck, ever since he got up to the front, he's been the one going for the aggressive moves, but something's got to boil over here soon. This is getting really, really tense.
Oh, baby, they are moving all over the place. Has to be the air. I would think to be just the air, just everybody just trying to hold on to it with all that air. Ron, I mean, a lot of people probably don't, think that virtual air moves around as much as it does. Even on a sim, I mean, this is supposed to simulate what real racing is. And with air that floats around with these trucks, at 180, 190 miles an hour, it's going to get them loose. It's going to get them all over the place. It's going to make the truck do something crazy. And that's why you see these guys left, right, when they should be just going straight down the back stretch or keeping it straight in the corners. That's why you see these guys moving around all over the place.
Yeah, a lot of these trucks tend to wiggle around like jello, even in the straightest section of a racetrack. You got little air bubbles. We can't see it in the broadcast booth. These drivers can't see it, but they can sure see it. I mean, they can feel it for sure. They are going to be driving down these back straightaways, not seeing the air, not seeing the bubbles, but they will feel it. And sometimes they're going to get pulled apart. Other times they're going to get pulled together. It's like magnets sticking these cars together, and look at that right there. That was two cars glued together as they headed their way on through 3 and 4. That could have ended in disaster. They keep it going in a straight line. This 3-wide battling has been going on for so long. I think now they're getting closer to the halfway mark of this second stage. I think these racers are maybe going to finally decide, okay, we've had our fun. Let's just try and get to the end of this stage without having any sort of drama. We want to do well in this race. We can't really do that if we're on the back of a tow truck now, can we?
I will say this, they are making some moves that they have scared the hell out of me so much I about dropped my dip bottle a while ago. That's how crazy it's getting with these drivers. Just making some of the moves. We almost saw Cody Nagels door it with Merck, and then big deal out of that. Kenny Real is stopped on the racetrack, at the bottom of the racetrack, blinking. No caution being thrown. We're still green by race control. Eckert and Nagels, they're side by side. They're catching lap traffic. Oh, dear God, who are they catching? It's Trevor Astronaut in the 89. They are going to move by him like he is sitting still. Watch this. Woo, baby, they blew by him. Absolutely gone. As there you see Eckert and Ray still side by side. Third lane trying to get going. Kyler Wynn, Nagels, they're all up here off turn 2.
Flyby of the tower, and that right there is Matthew Wood. Got to see his perspective there. That's pretty funny to see there. He's rolling up his sleeves. He's getting ready for how this is going to go. I have a feeling that everybody, as much as they want to settle this race into a groove, I don't believe they'll be able to do that. Of course, the prize is on offer at the end of this race. The prize is on offer at the end of this stage. And so a lot more question marks left here in this second stage to figure out who's going to do well and who's going to set themselves up the best for the end of this race. There's a lot riding on this stage. Everybody knows that they're at this field. That's part of the reason why, even though we're 30 laps into the second stage, everybody is still cutting shapes like there is no tomorrow.
Halfway here in stage 2, presented by the PGR 500, and 4 laps shy of halfway in the 188 laps here tonight for the 500, King of Talladega NASRA 500. Malik Ray up here with the lead with Kyler Wynn right behind him. Nagels trying to help out. Eckert trying to make it happen up here for the lead as well. Ethan Eckert, that is. MDW Matthew David Wood, son, wake up. You are in the middle of a race. You saw him a while ago, look like he might have got knocked around sideways asleep. Wake up, kid. I mean, what is he? He's young. He needs to be up. He needs to be awake. It's 10:40 on the East Coast. Wake up, kid. Malik Ray, Eckert, side by side through 1 and 2 for the lead.
Yeah, gotta have something to really jolt you into effect. Have a Red Bull, whatever energy drink you may want. I shouldn't have dropped the brand name there. We gotta give the brand names once the brands give us money. That's what we've gotta do. But I gotta jolt yourself awake somehow. Have somebody drop a bucket of ice cold water on you. Whatever you need to do. I love how he's like drifting and nodding off, even though he's in a pack of NASCAR trucks going so insanely quick around this track. And everybody's nervous. Everybody is rocking around this racetrack like there is no tomorrow. It is pretty scary from our perspective here in the booth, seeing everybody get sideways, the wiggles going on around the track. I don't know about you here, Jacob, but I have been watching these cars battle as long as I have, and I feel nervous on their behalf. I think that separates the drivers from the commentators. At least it separates me from these drivers, because they're just driving around like it's a regular Friday night cruise. Meanwhile, I'm here looking at it, waiting for a driver to strike the moon.
I am very much as well. 85 of you in the live chat hollering at us. Make sure you like and subscribe to the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Keep up with everything going on. Wow, 90. I'm telling you, Ron, I'm telling you, they get with the ex-wives and the ex-husbands, letting them know what's going on. We're going to hit 100. We need to hit 100 here tonight. Hit 100 in the live chat. We want to see it as we're getting ready for pit stops, very much possibly right here in stage number 2. Remember, some win at 73, some win at 66. 2 of them, mind you. Malik Ray, Kyler Wynn, they win at 66. Everybody else went at 73 on the lap. Remember, we're going all the way to 120 for the end of stage 2, presented by the PTR 500, and then we'll go all the way to 188, which will make up the distance for the 500-miler here tonight. Eckert, Ray, still side by side. Nobody wanting to give an inch. Ronald, we calm down for the moment here because we're not 3 wide. We're not doing anything crazy now. Are we calm down for the moment?
You know, only in the context of this race could we say bumper-to-bumper, side-by-side racing as fast as these racers are going is calm. It really is, though. Everybody, I think, realizes, okay, look, we've had our fun and games. Let's just try and get to the end of the stage smoothly. We're now officially at the halfway mark of this race, 94 laps in of 188 laps. There's still a lot of racing action left to go. These racers know that. They want to set themselves up well, but you just got to be there at the very end, be in it to win it. I think these racers realize that. We may have spoken too soon, though, Jacob, as look at that. A third lane trying to work on the bottom at the back end of this pack that just didn't have the strength in numbers. I think everybody knows that at this point you just got to play the patient game, play the waiting game, and try and settle into a groove.
Yeah, baby, they are absolutely trying to make it happen out there all over the track in the live chat, the whole 9 yards. Malik Ray leads with Kyler Wynn to the outside. I believe Wesley is ready, so we'll see if we can holler at him. Wesley Allen, baby, they're coming to you on the backstretch.
Let's watch and see what this driver holds on. The man out of Greenville, South Carolina, Malik Ray, right there in tow. The man that got it started in the road. Holy cow. Eckert, I just mentioned the man that got it started with a win. And now driving Malik Ray to the bottom of the racetrack. Oh, my goodness, Ron. They're in trouble. They hold it together, though, door to door in 3.
Oh, that could have ended in tears so many times. Everybody, you can feel the tension boiling over in this pack. Can't get Jacob. Everybody is trying to get as many spots as they can. You know, those pit stops to worry about here sooner rather than later as well. I wonder how the handling is feeling on many of these trucks, too. They may be driving around like a declawed cat trying to climb up an igloo.
We'll watch all this going on as they climb back up the banking again. Sound, Mr. Dean. Our awesome man Biggles is right now. Eckert up the outside. Here comes now Kyler Wynn, the NASRA 500 winner. They'll work their way down the Alabama Gang super stretch, that 4,000-foot back straightaway. And now a wiggle there for a moment. Eckert woes a little sideways. He got loose. So did Wynn. So did Ray, but they hold it together. Diving into 3 there, Jacob.
Here we go. Eckert trying to make it happen on the bottom side. Ray, now he'll go back into the second spot. Kyler Wynn, remember, stage one here tonight. And my pick to win it all here this evening. Ray, now he'll jump up to the top side. Jumps right up in front of Kyler Wynn. Eckert now down on the bottom side. With help from Cody Dagos. Oh, baby, lap traffic. John Ward up top, way out of the way. New race leader, still race leader for the most part. It's Ray, but now Eckert fires back on the inside to Wesley.
Let's see if he'll be able to make something work there on that outside lane. Right now, everybody plays possum. Eckert down to the inside. Here comes now Cody Nagels. Nagels was strong in the preliminary race. You're on board with him down on the right screen. And Malik Ray powers back on the outside as they go into 3.
And Ethan Eckert down on the bottom side trying to make it happen. Once again, Ray there as well. Kyler Wynn. Oh, baby. For the most part, Wesley, they have been too wide. They was 3 wide a little bit earlier on before you got here, but I'll tell you this much. For the most part, they're calmed down. There's a 3rd lane trying to get fired up back there in the back, but it's too wide. It's going to start getting all over the place. We're going to get 3 wide before it's all said and done, Wes.
We certainly will, as right now we watch Malik Ray go down to the inside of the racetrack. He's got Eckert right there in tow, and Kyler Wynn will follow. He'll stay to that middle lane. Somehow they'll hold it together, Ron Mons, as they work their way to gear. Malik Ray now to the bottom as Kyler Wynn goes to the top shelf.
And now they're going to risk it once again, but look at that duo up at the front, the 1 and the 12 truck working together. They've been a dream team for quite a while here in this race. Some drivers who have won in the week leading up to this event, but now they split. Look at that, the 12 to the middle. Here we go once again. This is going to be 3 wide racing with that middle really stalling out that top side, gaining a heck of a lot of momentum, and there we can see another swaparoo. That's Kyler Wynn jumping down to the bottom, now into the middle as they head their way once again on the back straightaway, Wesley.
And we're 3 wide now, my friend Ron Span, as they work their way to the back straightaway. Watch this guy, the purple machine up on the outside machine. There goes Marin. Marin working from the top side. He now powers all the way to the lead with the help of the 7 of Person on the outside as we're 3 wide. Jacob coming out of 4.
Oh, man. Has got to be loving this right here with Sebastian Barrett up on the top side. Thunder Bay, Ontario with Kyler Wynn. And obviously there is Cody Nagels in the 6 from Rolla, Missouri. Trying to rock and roll, make something happen. Wynn squirts out ahead just for a moment. Ray down on the inside now. He'll fire on the inside. Now, man, he's sliding back. Wynn leads off 2.
Right now, he'll stay 3 wide again. Wynn now, the monkey in the middle. Malik Ray from South Carolina down to the inside. And behind them, they got friends. Pushing them along the way is Nagels, Person, Little, and even Baker as they go into 3, Ron.
Oh my, this is madness up on the front. That top side maybe gonna stall at, though. Only 3 cars showing, but here they go.
Here we go.
In the pit lane.
How in the hell did he not back? Oh, Ray locks it up. Wynn almost ended up getting smoked coming from the top all the way down to the bottom. You really don't want to do that. You don't want to come from the top, drop all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack. You can easily get yourself hooked. We see these guys pitting, but Cody Nagels leads them going into the back chute.
100 laps on the board. There's still a long way to go. By the way, 20 remaining in stage number 2, presented by the Glass Mechanic here in the ServPro, the PGR 500 stage 2. My apologies. It's coming back. The Great American Sim Race in February. Now they work in at turn number 3. Look at this battle down the inside. It's Nagels now, Ron, coming to the line, and we'll see more guys pull on the pit road.
Yeah, who's going to break away this time? Doesn't look like we have too many up at the front. Some smoke there on the apron. May have been from the locking and sliding that we saw just one lap ago, but everybody breaking away right now. Running strong, running smooth. Eckerd's still up at the front. That number 12 truck, he's got a heck of a lot of speed. Look at Matthew Wood, that number 16 machine. Maybe a plain scheme on that race car, but he's got some plain speed in it as they head their way on the back straightaway once again.
Let's try this again. Second vert is the first as they work off the pit lane and green flag pit stops. It's now Eckert. He powers to the top spot. Nagels right behind them. Baker, we're single file as they roll up 33 degrees behind them. 3 wide behind the top 5, single file off 4.
Yeah, baby, they're trying to mix it up back there for 3 wide. Will anybody dump down pit road this time by? Looks like no. N-O-N-E, none will jump down pit road. So Eckert leads them on the bottom side. About 5, 6 of them lined up on the inside. Then we flip-flop back, and we see a double wide. It's Nash Brambilla and the 023. He's got a whole lot of help lined up behind him. Nathan Harper with Daniel Falkenham, middle lane, starting to make a hell of a charge hitting the back chute.
Everybody on the blinders just for a moment. They had to check up and avoid some serious problems. That, of course, was with Daniel Falkenham and the Mountain Dew number 88. Timing and scoring 39. Actually, correction, it is 88 on timing and scoring. Way to go, Mr. Falkenham, as they work their way into turn 4. Nagels leads, Ron.
It's still close up of the front. Seeing Nagels now drop down to the bottom of the racetrack. Will we see anybody break away and come down pit lane? Looking through. Everybody staying out. I think the drivers that we've got up towards the front, they came into the pits early on in this stage, and they're going to try and run it all the way through to the very end. 44 laps now into this stage. Not a whole lot of time left. Nagels still leading that bottom. Look at the drama right up on that top side, though. Eckert right behind that 6, pushing him along onto the back straightaway again.
Will we see any more takers right now? It's Cody Nagels. You're on board with him in the bottom right. And here comes a big push. Brambilla. Here comes the 023 flying up through the outside. Brambilla to the lead now as he works in 3 and 4.
Nash Brambilla, I'm sure he knows exactly about the gambling from Las Vegas, trying to make it happen, but he ends up gambling. It didn't work out. Ethan Eckert puts the block on him. Nobody coming down pit road, at least for this moment. A couple of them did. Wood went down. Johnson went down. Cofield went down. Some of the NASRA guys, Taylor Peacock, Chris Blanchard, all of them working their way, jumping down pit road. Oh, baby, one of them slid right through their box. Eckert leads Brambilla, trying to get a run on the outside in the back chute once again.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but not on the iRacing world. It is the PGR 500 Stage 2, and right now it is still the number 12 from Chicago, Illinois, the Windy City, the Verizon machine. Ethan Eckert leads them now, Ron, back single file. Things calm down a moment as they work into turn number 3.
Yeah, and the driver who started in first, still running in first, the Pied Piper of this field with that 6 truck of Nagels right in tow. Now Nagels started this race right alongside him on that front row, a matter of 105 laps ago. So a lot of racing left to go, but a lot of action already in our rearview mirror. So gotta look ahead with everybody going single file. May see some chicanery go on with these racers sooner rather than later. How are they going to treat these final 14 laps in this stage?
There is certainly plenty of time left to go. Plenty of racing also, as you just mentioned, to go, as well as all these drivers currently work the back straightaway. They're all single file. Nobody jumping on the line. And Jacob Reeves, 15 to go in PGR 500 Stage 2 in Talladega.
Oh, baby, I'm telling you, it has been a straight-up dandy here this evening. It has been a daisy, if you will. Here comes your daisy. I got your daisy right here down pit road. We got guys hitting each other. We got them hooking. We got them spinning. Couple of them sliding. Maybe even throwing it in reverse, trying to drive down pit road backwards. Eckert, Nagels, Marin, Urashak, Hill, Harper, all these guys, Falkenham, and others jumping down pit road. Nash Brambilla, Pearson out there, and ServPro caution is out.
Guys, I believe it was Asher Little in the 0-1 and the number 5 of Matthew Baker. Ron Mons, you got a better view of it than I have on the back straightaway.
Yeah, we can see Asher Little coming down pit lane in that 0-1 truck. Lots of damage for a lot of different cars. That's the problem with trying to get woed up into pit lane here. Stacking up big time. You lose grip when you go from the banking onto the apron. It all started with contact. We'll rewind it back a little bit here on this replay. And you can see it was a side swipe contact made. There was a contact that just snowballed from there. Falkingham involved in all of that. He's going to take a sledgehammer shot into that safer barrier. The 5 truck of Baker gets spun around. I think he gets clipped as well. Asher Little gets hit multiple times in that collision. A big stack up as they headed their way through pit lane. I think I said this a little bit earlier on in this broadcast. I'll say it once again. Trying to come down pit lane here at Talladega, any plate race for that matter, is basically like trying to thread the eye of the needle with the needle attached to a Saturn V rocket traveling at escape velocity. Jacob, we got fantastic view of that incident when it took place, and that is not the first time we've seen an incident on pit lane entry, has it been, Jacob?
Well, no, but it hasn't. Honestly, we've seen some incidents on pit road here this evening. I could give you another analogy. It'd be like trying to get on pit road at a plate race, and y'all can use this one in the live chat, is like driving drunk and seeing a cop on the side of the road. You try to lock it down the best that you can, but it ain't going to work out. It never works out, and it didn't work out right there for those guys. Caution out once again. Brambilla, Miller, Person, all those drivers, they have not made a stop yet. Smentana, Westmoreland, Kenneth McCullough Jr., top 6 have yet to make a pit stop. They will, and they will surrender the lead to Cody Nagels. Sebastian Marin will stay right here and make sure. I believe they are going to make that pit stop, I would think, Ron, because like I said, I mean, they pitted on 74. These other guys, 106, 104-ish. So, Ron, I'm assuming these guys are coming down right here.
Yeah, we're going to see some more pit stops if the race remained green, but now that's under yellow. Going to be a different kind of pressure that's applied to some of these racers if they do decide to break away and make that call. There we go. Thought I was going to see some of them stay out, but we did not. Falkingham, of course, staying out there in that number 88 truck. He came down pit lane and was involved in that squabble. You know, kind of on the subject of the pit stops, we saw some wild stuff as we got farther along with some drivers missing the marks on pit lane, having to back up there. Wesley, I want to pass it off to you. I want to ask you how it was like seeing some of them merging in as the drivers came out of pit lane, Wesley, trying to merge into the traffic.
Very interesting indeed, and obviously I think this was exactly what a lot of drivers wanted. They didn't want to have the caution, or they didn't want to have to make green flag pit stops, so the caution literally kind of evened things back out for a lot of people. But I'll tell you what, I've just been calling a radio broadcast for football for the last 4 hours. Thanks to Clayton Athletics for letting me stay up in the beautiful Nixon Fowler Stadium press box to call this game with you, call this iRacing broadcast, the NASRA 500 King of Talladega with you. And from what I've noticed since I popped on the server, it is literally full field competition stacked from the front to the back. I cannot point one guy that I can say is going to be the king of Talladega before this thing is over. And by the way, there's still a long way left to go in this thing here.
Valor, Indiana's Taylor Peacock up here at the front. We're taking a break. We'll be right. Wow, we actually had one fly off the racetrack. Not sure who that was. I'm not sure. Hell, we don't know. We're taking a break. We're back at Talladega right after this.
for Murph's Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
We're back here at Talladega. Oh, baby, this is going to be a dandy. I can already tell. Fowler, Indiana, Taylor Peacock, Patty Horse, Ryan Johnson, Jonathan Cofield, Matthew Wood. A couple of NASRA regulars up here at the front. Redneck Announcement, Jake Reeves, Ron Motts. I think I got it right that time. And Wesley Outland on the back stretch. Dean Hopkins, the Australia, the best damn producer in the business. Ron, buddy. Oh, baby, I think this is going to be a pretty good little, I guess you could say a little sprint to end Stage 2 presented by the PGR 500.
Yeah, not a lot of time left at all here in this second stage, so everybody is going to be running as fast as they possibly can. Gonna be cool to watch from our perspective here in the broadcast booth. Those racers, though, gonna be a little bit nervous, very nerve-wracking, potentially terrifying, quite possibly horrifying. We'll just have to find out who's going to come out of this second stage. Smell like a bed of roses, but now that we're in the final 78 laps of this race, everybody both has to worry about how well they can set themselves up for the end of this second stage. They also have to think about the ultimate prize when that true pay window opens up at the end of this race on lap 188. They got to keep that in mind. This track has been hot from the drop of the green through to the point that we're in right now under the 5th yellow of this race. I have a feeling here, Jacob, that the racing is still going to be hot out there on the circuit all the way through to the very end.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how this bad boy is going to work out. $50 to the winner of stage number 2 presented by the PGR 500. Remember, it goes all the way to lap 120, and then it'll set us up for the sprint all the way to the end of it. Pace truck is off. Taylor Peacock, Ryan Johnson. Both drivers have won at Talladega with the North American Sim Racing Association. Jonathan Cofield, an Alabama native, and MDW, the young hotshot prospect on the Friday Night Series. Front 4 NASRA guys, they lead them to the green flag. And Peacock on the inside, Johnson up top, Cofield, Wood, and Malik Ray, the Coke Series driver, right behind them, working their way off turn number 2 to Wesley.
Here we go again. It'll give about a lap to get back up to full song. Taylor Peacock, the NASRA DSR Truck Series regular season champion about 2 years ago. He's now got Ryan Johnson, Taz, the Cheesehead Ron, door to door as they battle Indiana, Wisconsin to turn 3.
And it's a drag race now off the straight into the turn through 3 and 4. Who's going to come out smelling like a bed of roses? Peacock keeping that momentum rolling in that number 81 truck. Look at that green machine running lean and running fast up on the top. He wants to be in that spot come time for the end of the stage so he can get some green in his pocket, but he's not going to lead that lap. He can give it to Johnson as they head their way across the line. He's not going to have to worry about that 38 car right in front of him. Peacock now no longer the Pied Piper of that bottom lane. Look at that 16 truck of Wood up at the top.
DW Matthew David Wood now, but a big push on the red 16, and now there's a little shuffle. Johnson pushes now out of line. Wynn now powers up the middle. He's got friends. Here comes help. It's now Peacock, Malik Ray. They come storming up the middle lane with the help of Gray in 3.
Oh, baby, Kyler Wynn won stage 1, won the NASRA 500 at Daytona back in February, trying to sweep the stages and possibly take it all the way to the bank at 188 laps. Kyler Wynn up top, and Tiny Horse Ryan Johnson got a little something else to say about it. With old TP, Taylor Peacock down on the bottom side, and War Eagles, Jonathan Cofield on the bottom. Hit the like and subscribe if you love it. Hit that 100. We need 100 out there in that live chat as Tiny Horse leads them off turn 2.
Ryan Johnson right down there with him as you watch him work around the racetrack. Of course, Ryan Johnson now, Tyler Wynn. Remember the last time we had a big race? the NASRA 500, the Great American Sim Race in Daytona. Controversial though it was between Malik Ray and Kyler Wynn. The Canadian was given the win, and right now, Ron, he is trying to power for the lead. Matthew Baker up on the outside lane to the 5 in 3 and 4.
Yeah, Wynn holding on to that top spot for now. Emphasis on for now. Things can change in the blink of an eye. He gets a bad wiggle. He's going to nearly get sent around. That's going to be contact. They keep it going in a straight line.
Unbelievable.
They stack it up, though.
Yellow flag is out.
And now we got problems. Wow. Brambilla going around, and now they really pile in from there. The two involved. That's Freddie Basnez from Miami, Florida, originally from Cuba. Jonathan Cofield. War Eagles in trouble. So is also Sebastian Marin and others. Jacob Reeves. It's a scramble going into turn 1 and 2.
Oh my God, this is going to be a laundry list of drivers we're going to have to clean up over there in 1 and 2. Freddie Basnez, Cofield, others. All started with Kyler Wynn, got knocked around sideways. Check it out one more time. Pulse Bumpers instant replay. Watch Kyler Wynn up here at the front. When Wynn got knocked sideways, it was game on after that. Got a little bit of a help, set up, got up in front of Marin, and then after that, Wynn tried to straighten it out. He come back down. He almost got hooked himself. Baker right there behind them. Then they went 4 wide. They got ducked around, door banging once again. And then after that, one got turned, Marin got around. Wynn was able to hold on to it. Baker barely squeezed by. One over on its roof, 18 on his lid. Oh my gosh. Wyatt Gray in the 18 upside down in 1 and 2. And that is the big one. Oh, we got to ride on board. Oh, baby. Hide your kids, hide your wife, riding on board with Wyatt Gray. This is gonna be bad. Watch it. The tap and listen to the construction and the chaos.
Is that Gray? That's Gray at 18. But guys, can I say something though? Ron, what a phenomenal job by Kyler Wynn. I know that the other drivers got caught up in the accident, but the factory setups entry from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. Watch this again. Watch Kyler Wynn, the back of the tailgate, wicked loose, and maybe we can show you the steering wheel in the next replay. We're already on it now, but Ron, that could have been 4, 5, 6 times a lady crashing for Kyler Wynn. Somehow he saved it. I know other drivers got collected bouncing off of one another and bad dirty air on the side draft, but what a job by Kyler Wynn to keep that truck in forward right.
You know, with that moment for Kyler Wynn, I counted 7 Code Brown moments as he headed his way through here. Look at that steering wheel, that number 82 truck. There's another clap. That's another snap. Wow. Snap, 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 snap. Look at him sawing at that steering wheel. I think there's a certain point where he had to just let go of the wheel and let God take control, because that, oh my, that could have ended in tears on so many different occasions. I want to give the props to Kyler Wynn because that was absolutely incredible. But here we go, Jacob. Once again, we got a massive chunk of the field coming down pit lane, only with 5 laps left on the stage here too, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, we ain't got that many more laps left right here at stage number 2, presented by the PGR 500. So I would assume everybody jumping down right here. We'll see if they decide to keep it green at the end of the stage like they did in stage 1. I'm hearing that they probably will, but we'll see how that works out with race control. J.R. Miller coming out with the lead. Smetana, Jones, Merck. Mama Merck, your husband up 33 spots. Nathan Harper with Chick-fil-A. I got to get me some Chick-fil-A before Sunday. He is up here in the 5th spot. Thank you to the live chat. We have hit 100 live here tonight. Hit the like and subscribe button. Oh, baby, this is going to be a dandy to end stage number 2, presented by the PGR 500. We're taking a break. We'll be right back here at Talladega. The big one strikes. Oh, baby, will there be another one? We're back here in a moment.
Magical Creations. Home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's magical creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
We're back here at Talladega. J.R. Miller, C.O.P.S. I believe I said that right. Wesley, you might can help me out with that. I think it was C.O.P.S.
Who was it? Yeah, C.O.P.S. from Czech Republic, Prague. Yeah, and he does speak English. He does.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember. He does. He does speak English. That is right. He does. We did find out, obviously, that Marin, he speaks English as well, and he's from Puerto Rico. So that was actually pretty cool to find out all that cool stuff, too. So, Dylan Jones, he started third. He's up there in third. Jeff Merck, Ethan Eckert up here. The top five, boy, I'm telling you, Wesley, I'll be honest with you, buddy. Me and you, we have called some wild ones here at Talladega. I think this one right here is going to be the icing on the cake. So far, it's shaping up to be the best one so far.
Yeah, we've been treated to a good one so far, man. Ever since I've stepped in, though, it's been like, 3 cautions in the last, 30 laps. But one of the cool things, though, is being able to enjoy the spot down the back straightaway. A lot of history of the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. Obviously, it's named after the greats of the Alabama Gang, like Bobby and Donnie Allison, and Red Farmer, obviously, for what he does, still racing at the short track and dirt racing, and obviously Neil Bonnet. You think of those great names that were a part of Hueytown, Alabama, the Alabama Gang, Davey Allison, obviously, before he passed away. The great names, the heritage of the sport, bringing the history at Talladega. It has been a wild one. And Ron, we just ready to turn up the wick, man. I think we've got about less than 3 to go in stage number 2, presented by PGR 500. And then it's time to have that shootout for that third and final round.
And you know, this may be the biggest track on the NASCAR calendar in terms of ovals. This may be the big, bad Talladega, but this track can feel rather small as we get to the end of the stage. These 3 laps are going to go by in the blink of an eye. Let's get back up and rolling here, Jacob.
Let's get it going. J.R. Miller up here wanting to win him a little $50 bill. $50 will make you do a whole lot. Miller trying to gas up and get away. Dylan Jones lined up right there behind him. As we have 3 to go here in stage 2, presented by the PGR 500, C.O.P.S. He does speak English. He's up on the top side. He's up 19 spots. Jones, Merck, Eckert, Asher, Little, Johnson, the top 7 working their way to Wesley.
Let's see what happens now. As you see now on the bottom of the racetrack, here comes the 0-1. Remember what happened to Asher Miller earlier. Remember what happened to him, Asher Little, and the problems he had. He's back into the top 5 along with Eckert. They're climbing, and Jeff Merck, Ron, on the move in the silver, black, blue number 60. He had to take a provisional, but he has climbed into the top 5, all 4.
Yeah, all throughout this race, at number 60, Chuck and Merck has been there. He's been consistently up towards the front, hasn't been leading the laps, but he's been running strong throughout. So keep an eye on that race car to maybe give us one heck of a finish here. If he can finish in the top 5 in stage number 2, that'd be a great result. If he can maybe snag a stage victory, not only would that be some extra scratch in his back pocket, he would also have a lot of momentum rolling into the final stage.
Down to the back stretch again. Look at this shuffle now coming up on that 3rd lane. Something we saw Jacob work tonight is that 3rd lane. Right now, patience indeed. It might be a little too early, prematurely, if you will, to try to climb that. But remember, there's money on the line, and we know that as stage number 2 is coming to an end.
Yeah, money will make you do a whole lot of things. Here we go. Dylan Jones, Smetana up here mixing it up for the lead. J.R. Miller was leading at the restart. Now he's kicked back to 3rd. Merck up here in the middle of it. 1 more lap to go here in stage 2, presented by the PGR 500. Here comes the 3 wide. Merck up on the top side. They're 3 wide for the 2nd spot as, oh, baby, J.R. Miller able to squeak out ahead to Wesley.
Final lap, and we are trying to go 3 wide. Merck's got a help from Cody Nagels up the middle lane. Here comes now a push by Jones, Johnson. All of these guys showed their talents in the preliminary earlier this week, and now coming for the run for the money. It's Eckert now leading him in 3.
Oh, baby, here we go. J.R. Miller up on the front. He is trying to get him a little bit of cash. Will he be able to make it work? Eckert up here trying to make it happen as well. Tiny or shoving J.R. Jr. Miller. Oh, baby, he's racing like Junior, but it may not be enough. Eckert with help from Dylan Jones. Ethan Eckert will win stage number 2 presented by the PGR 500. And just like they did in stage 1, we were close enough to the end of the stage. We're staying green, baby. Eckert got to keep it up at the front. Jones behind him, and now he's going to swap lanes.
Under 70 laps to go now as they work their way back down that back straightaway. Eckert now staying locked to the bottom. They all work their way down into the corner. Got to push there with the help of the 32. That's Sebastian Barrett, actually. And all these guys. Nash Brambilla now. Here they come climbing up with J.R. Miller now onto the outside in 3 and 4.
Oh my, 3 wide racing gonna go on once again, but Eckert, he's been so quick in that number 12 truck. He may be tough to challenge, but certainly everybody gotta give it their best effort. Look at Miller in that 78 truck, nearly made door-to-door contact as they headed their way off through the tri-oval. Everybody is starting to really turn up the wick more and more. May have that stage 2 checkered flag behind us, Wesley, but we have still got one heck of a race to the end.
By the way, apologies, C.O.P.S. Tama was the one that right there. Smetana is working his way into the top 5, the other 32, but nonetheless, it's Miller. He's on the bottom. He's got to push with Johnson. Tiny Horse is helping him climb. So is Little on the inside as they work on 4.
Boy, y'all talking about a cookie out there in the live chat. It is making me want to have a little bit of dessert, but Eckert up here on the front. Big shot from Jones. Miller on the bottom with help from Johnson. One driver working his way up on the top side. That's Mark Person in the 077. And look who's behind him. Falkenham in the 88. We may be looking 3 wide. Yes, we are. 3 wide for the lead at Talladega. Oh, baby, this is why the fans love this place, Wesley.
We're 3 by 3 by 3 by 3. Do the math. 4 rows times 3. That's 12. 12 trucks. A dirty dozen. All fighting for any spot they can. Come into the lead now. It's Person in the number 88 machine. Nope, he falls back. Falkenham to the lead with Baker in tow in 3.
More drivers heading into this as well, making a baker's dozen as they headed their way downtown to 3 and 4. Falkenham back up at the front in that number 88 truck. Fell off a little bit as we got to the end of stage number 2, but did everything in his power to jump back into that spot. He's now getting the push from Baker, but Baker now going to be leading that top side. Here they go downtown into 1 and 2 once again. That number 5 truck of Baker all throughout this race has been strong. He's got a very strong pusher of the 12 right in tow. Now, however, though, Wesley, we're getting into the point of this race where these drivers are going to be more and more selfish.
Right now, by the way, at one time, Daniel Falkenham almost a lap down with problems. There's the track temperature, 135 degrees down the Alabama gang straightaway. Falkenham, Baker, Hill, Eckert, Person, top 5 like a law firm. Jacob heading your way into 3.
Falkenham down on the bottom side. He's got Hill lined up behind him. Baker up top with Eckert. There is Jones lined up and Pearson to his inside as well. For the moment, they are 2 wide. They was 3 wide. Now they've eased it down, calmed it down. 2 wide through the tri-oval. Who's going to lead this lap? Looks like Baker, and that's exactly who it is. Matthew Baker back up to the front, up 9 spots from where he started. Falkenham up 16, now 17 spots to Wesley.
They're working their way down with Matthew Baker, proudly representing the PGR Esports banner. The man out of Texas, Magnolia, working to the front. The number 5, Falkenham will follow. Eckert to the outside, and they're going to battle stride for stride, climbing the bacon into turn 3.
Man from Magnolia looking to bloom here in this race, but look at that pack. May not be the 3 wide racing that we saw a little bit earlier on, but these drivers still packed in like sardines as they head their way off through turn number 4. That's a massive train, of course. Look at that bottom lane. So many cars strong that top side. Gotta look to try and bring in some defectors. Got a bit more momentum rolling because as it stands right now, even with that strong number 12 truck of Eckert right at the front of it, they just don't have the strength in numbers to pull out in front. You may have an army be led by a very strong general, but if you don't have that manpower, you just can't make it work. So keep an eye on Eckert to maybe try and convince some people to jump up there onto the top side.
What do we always say? Friends, you got to have them. Friends, you got to need them. And you do for this matter as well, especially Jacob Reeves, as you move into that third and final stage of the race here in the King of Talladega. Nonetheless, it is still Matthew Baker from the Lone Star State leading the cavalry at the bottom of 3 and 4.
Oh, baby, Mongolia, Texas's Matthew Baker leads them, but here comes Chicago, Illinois, Windy City, Ethan Eckert, who started on the pole. He has been very, very strong here tonight. Lap truck all the way down on the apron of the racetrack. That lap will be given to Matthew Baker. That was Matthew David Wood. Matthews all the way around. Ethan Eckert. Eckert up on the top side with Jones to help. Baker squirts out ahead now, side by side between Falkenham and Eckert off two.
Right now, it's Eckert up on the outside lane. Here comes now Falkenham drifting on the bottom. He's got now the number 5 to the inside. They're committed to the double yellow line as they go stride for stride from the aerial view. Eckert with a push by Jones. Jones with a push by Merck. And here comes now another cavalry of trucks to make it 4 trucks door to door in 3 and 4 there, Ron.
And once again, a little bit of a breakaway going on up at the top side. You can see a gap growing, but they've still got the momentum rolling. Jeff Merck behind the wheel of that number 60 car started all the way down in 37th. Had that provisional to get into this race, as we've talked about extensively already in this broadcast, but he's been able to put on one heck of a charge in that number 60 car. Been keeping it up at the front all night long. He's still up at the front, and we don't have a lot of racing action left to go. Only 61 laps left here, so Jeff Merck has a really good shot to do well tonight here, Wesley.
Right now, it's still Baker and Eckert. These guys really strong for the moment. Falkenham right there in tow as well, doing what they need to do. By the way, as I mentioned when we came on the air, the number 12, Ethan Eckert from the Windy City, the Verizon number 12, Chicago, Illinois driver. He was the man that got it started with the road to the King of Talladega, winning on Sunday night. Jacob Reeves in qualifier number 1. Now he's looking for P1 as they work off 4.
Yeah, he has tried everything that he can. Falkenham fans have lit up that live chat trying to make it happen. Baker now up on the top side. Falkenham down low. Eckert up there. Hill up there. A lot of big, strong, heavy hitters here at Talladega, much like what we saw at Daytona and the next-gen cars, Wesley. They are showing up here tonight in the trucks.
They certainly are, as right now we continue to see some of the stars across the country, the world for that matter, in this international sim racing affair. That is the King of Talladega. Lap traffic, John Ward up ahead. He was a dominator earlier in the race. Now he goes a lap down again, but the leader's flying by in 3.
Been a really rough race for John Ward throughout. Had that penalty a little bit earlier on, if I recall correctly, and ever since then has just not been able to settle into a groove. Still running a lap down. Things gonna have to go horribly wrong for everybody else for his race to get back on track. Now, with less than 60 laps left to go here at Talladega, it's a heck of a lot less than what we started with. These racers know that he can feel the tension building throughout this field, can't you, Wesley?
Yeah, you can definitely cut the pressure with a knife, and right now, these guys are just trying to methodically find where they go, high or low, and if you got friends or enemies or frenemies, Jacob Reeves, you're trying to play let's make a deal without opening up the case for these guys at turn number 3.
Yeah, let's make a deal. Let's see what you can figure out. Maybe help yourself. Try to get a little extra cash here tonight. Black Friday shopping. Do what you got to do. Falkenham down to the inside. Baker up on the top side. Eckert there as well. And now one driver looked like he shot out of line. J.R. Miller back there in the back thought different. Jumps back in line. Everybody wanted to play that calm, cool, collected game. Still time to make something happen. Like and subscribe if you love it here tonight, Wesley.
It's the inaugural King of Talladega presented by ServPro NASRA 500. That means the bragging rights will always be the first man, Falkenham, Baker, new men climbing up with under 60 to go into the top 3 there, Ron.
Everybody wants that crown, everybody wants that throne, but only one man will be able to get it. Who's it going to be with 58 coming to 57 laps left to go here in this race? We've right on board with the 77 of Alex Hill. Started this race in 15th, currently running in 3rd. Just got shown the door, but now he's got the drift from Falkenham. Catches up to the back of him, gives the bump. Got that 5 of Baker up in the front. As much as I threw my support behind Daniel Falkenham, beyond the wheel, that number 88 truck a little bit earlier on. That 5 truck of Baker has been strong throughout the night. Keep an eye on him leading that top side.
Here comes about 6 rows, door to door, a dozen trucks now fighting, clawing, gouging for any spot that they can for that matter. Falkingham now opens the door to now Alex Hill from the ATL. Jacob to work his way now into the number 2 spot. Baker is back to 4th, 5th, person to 3rd now.
Oh, baby, I'm all for those Georgia boys trying to make it happen, representing the great state of Georgia. Go Dogs! I heard they beat Tech today. I'm all for it. Hill leading. Here comes Baker. Eckert there with all of them working their way. Hit the line that time by. We are closing in to the end of this bad boy. It's went by in a straight up hurry. 133 of 188, 56 to go.
Yeah, closing in on the finish of this with this 3rd stage. Obviously, I am very surprised. It is a lot more calmer than what we anticipated. 133 of 188 laps. Closing in on the home stretch of this one. The 3rd stage, it's been a dandy, and Eckert leads them still in turn 3.
That 12 truck has been so strong throughout the night. Started from the pole, running up in that top spot once again, but he's got an unfamiliar pusher right behind him, Hill, in that number 77 truck. We haven't seen him too much here in this race, but fascinating to see how he's going to cope with the pressure, whether or not he can run the pushes too well, whether or not he can run the lines well. It jumps to the high side, gets the bump from the 11 truck of Jones right in tow as they head their way off through 1 and 2. It's some new names and some new places up towards the front.
New faces and new places, obviously, as you aforementioned, and obviously we close in on this 55 to go. Hill now stays to the outside. Jones will follow. Eckert's got Baker, Falkingham, and Merck. All these guys right there in it to win it as we roll into turn 3 and 4.
Boy, Alex Hill trying to make it happen in that 77. Just everybody swapping lanes, swapping partners out more than square dance partners. I'm telling you, they literally, some of these guys may end up trying to help one another out. Then again, they may try to say, you know what, I'll help you now, and then screw you later. Ethan Eckert up there on the front row. Alex Hill, Baker, Jones, and Falkingham, who has the fans out there. Jeff Mark smack dab in the middle of them as well off turn 2.
Right now, they stay down to the bottom of the racetrack. All of this continues with now more traffic up on the outside lane. They know they're not in the fight. They back away. They let the leaders fight it out. Hill, Eckert, Jones, Baker, Falkingham. Here comes now Merck. Here a person. Miller, Johnson, Westmoreland, top 10. Bassadez trying to climb back in after the big wreck into the top 10 as well. They're on off 4.
And look at that 011 truck of Dylan Jones dropping down the running order like nobody's business. That top side has just lost out on so much momentum. They may have some building, as you can see some drivers from that bottom lane jumping up and playing scab, running that top side to try and lead these top 3. Hung out to dry. Hill, Eckert, and Baker breaking away about a 1/10.5 the gap between themselves and Daniel Falkingham as they headed their way into 1 and 2. Let's see how quickly that gap disappears.
Alex Hill right now from ATL working his way from 15th to the number 1 spot. He stays committed to the double yellow line on the inside. Eckert had him onto the tailgate. Then he pulled out a line, went to the outside. He got drop kicked. Here comes now Person and Jones, and they're going to follow door to door for the lead in 3 and 4.
Oh, baby, drop kicking all the way around this good old place at Talladega Super Speedway. Eckert, Hill, Person, Baker, Jones sliding on by. Make it 52. Oh, damn, somebody went way up the racetrack. Not sure who it was, but they went out of shape 9 ways to Sunday. That's going to split the field a little bit, but Eckert's still leading it with Hill, Person, Baker behind them as well. It's Eckert off turn 2.
Was Westmoreland free falling like lyrics to the Tom Petty song down the back straightaway. Problems for Westmoreland. He was up for the top 10, in the top 5. Now he's back to 10th, 11th, and more. The Greenville, Tennessee driver, though, keeps us under green as they work into turn 3.
Now, one thing these competitors do have to worry about is that as we've gone farther along in this event, the track conditions continue to be rather brutal. 150 34 degrees as the current track temperature here. So these competitors can't worry about too much. You should be looking ahead, though, in a couple of months. We got the PGR 500 coming up this February. If you love this action that we've got out here on the racetrack here at Talladega, you'll love that PGR 500. The sponsor of the stage is here earlier on tonight, but we have got ourselves a heart pumper to the end now with about 50 laps left to go.
Yeah, going to be a fun time for sure. Their edition of the Great American Sim Race. We'll be doing ours as well. The NASRA 500 Great American Sim Race for Daytona. They'll have theirs in January, and I think we're doing ours in February. But all that coming up here very soon. Go to PGR Esports to get signed up for the Great American Sim Race. And right now, coming up on 50 to go, Jacob, it's go time at Talladega to determine who's going to wear the crown and the scepter off 4.
Yeah, baby, they are slugging it out, trying to make it happen. Hill with the lead. Come on, Georgia. ATL, make it happen. 77. I can't do it. I can't make picks. I can't have a favorite. I'm a bad broadcaster. Entered up here making it happen for Person. And now that inside lane starting to pull away from that outside just a teensy-weensy bit, Wesley.
Right now, it's going to be Hill and a flop from the outside. As the words of the great Dave Mooney, my friend, says, the Godfather, he got kick dropped in the kick to the shorts, drop kicked out of line. Now Eckert pulling on front. He throws the block in front of Eckert now. New leader. It's Hill in 77 as they work it. Eckert saves the lead again into 3 and 4. Holy cow.
Eckert was shot out of a cannon as he headed his way into 3 and 4. That was incredible stuff from the number 12 truck. He's still the Pied Piper of this field now. 49 laps left to go here in this race. He holds it in front of Hill in P2. You got to look at Person in that truck on the high side. He's going to keep the momentum rolling. Baker slotted in third. Still got that dynamic trio up at the front.
Hill, Person, somehow they hold on to it. Now you put Baker from PGR in the number 5 from Texas already up there as well. Single file behind them now. Falling back is Miller and Jones. They're trying to get something going with Merck on the outside lane out of 4.
Old man leads them here tonight at Talladega. Ethan Eckert with Hill and Baker and Person. Merck right there with him. Oh, baby, here we go. One sliding out. That's Hill. Hill jumps up, gets up in front of Person, slugging it out. Hill will go to the front. Person, the 77's working together. Check out Jeff Merck. Look at them eyes, how wide they are, folks. And remember, we are looking for pit stops here very, very soon. Wait and see how that's going to turn out there off turn 2.
Oh, and by the way, remember as well, I'm reading some of the comments in the chat box, and somebody just said, right now, got some big names just hanging back, waiting, playing possum. You better show your cards on the table now. Under 50 to go. Hill now battles with Person for the lead, rolling off 4.
Yeah, a lot of drivers a little bit farther behind, hiding their hand. That's exactly what they are doing. We've finally officially broken 100 tuning into the stream. Thank you all for tuning into this broadcast here on the NASRA 360 network. Here tonight, we've got a darn good race at Talladega. Hope you're enjoying it. We're certainly enjoying doing the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying watching it. Look at Hill dancing around this track to his heart's content, dancing the night away, trying to hold on to that lead as desperately as he can.
Trying to. That is one thing. Holding is another. Trying, holding. What will happen? Hill in the lead. Right now, Eckert right behind him. Baker will follow. Man, here comes now Jeff Merck. Jeff Merck. Will he carry Miller and Jones? They will try to go to the outside in 3 and 4.
Yeah, they're trying to make something happen up there, but I don't know if there's enough help up there, honestly, folks, to be able to make it happen. But they proved me wrong before. Here comes Person. Big shot. Huge shot from J.R. Miller. Miller trying to line it right up on the back door of the 077. Whoa. And wow, Eckert just shot right up there, put the block on him. And now we'll think about jumping back down on the bottom side, right in front of Baker. Wesley, I'll say this. These blocks are going to get more and more aggressive. And 9 times out of 10, people's going to quit lifting when it's all said and done.
Well, we'll see what happens as the patience will also go out the window. John Ward, another one of those drivers in trouble. He falls back again, multiple laps down. All the while, Eckert, Hill. All this happens with Person, Baker, Miller, Merck, Little, Jones, Bastinez is up at the top 10. And Westmoreland Ron wants to get back in the game with 45 at the line.
He wants to peak at the right time. If he can get some moves done, he's going to be in that spot. But there's still so much left for these competitors to worry about. Not only do they have the drama out there on the racetrack, they got to worry about those pit stops soon. Many of these racers have spent well in excess of 30 laps out there on the racetrack, which may not seem like too much here at Talladega. On the grand scheme of things, it isn't. But to touch on the point that I was raising, track temperature still burning hot.
And look at Jeff Burke. Look at the facial expressions of him as right now he tries to hold his line down on the inside. It has been hell on virtual wheels for the man out of Punta Gorda, Florida. Somehow provisional got him into this race. I kept telling him, Jacob, you did too. Blanchard's towing, provisional of the race, break of the race. It's got to go to Jeff Burke, and right now he races them all four.
Yeah, one driver jumps down pit road. Not sure who that was. He went all down by himself. That was Daniel Falkenham. All by himself. Nobody went down with him. N-O-N-E for the 88 of Daniel Falkenham all by himself. No help when he comes out of the pits. He may have thrown his race away right there, Wesley, but still got a long way to go.
Man that's no stranger to winning big races. You see the PGR 500 Daytona trophy in his back on the camera. He's won it before. Look at this now. They're blocking. They're going high. They're going low. Here they go. Looking on the top side. It's Eckert. He's got Hill to go with. Person now under attack on the inside, all four.
Yeah, this hard racing still going on out there on the racetrack. I think one thing that could save Daniel Falkenham is any sort of yellow coming out. That would bring him back into the fold. He's not going to have any assistance out there on this circuit. Once he rejoins the track, he may very well find himself getting chewed up and spat at by the field. Maybe some lapping involved in it. We'll just have to find out as these racers move oh so close to that pit stops coming up here soon. They're right on board with Peacock as they head their way out of 2.
And they work down the back straightaway. Some we're hearing that Kenny Reel might have got in a big pickle because of iracing. We'll find out what's going on with him as he's lost a lot of spot right now. It is still Austin Eckert in the top spot. The number 12, Ethan Eckert, Chicago, Illinois. The man that started winning in the road to the King of the Hill, Jacob, is up in front. The man that started on the pole, keeping the show in the lead as they work to the line, Billy.
Yeah, and Alex Hill now going to work his way to the outside, maybe try to spoil the party for the pole sitter. Alex Hill from the ATL taking it all the way to the front. The 77's working together once again. They may have had this worked out all along. Alex Hill to the front. Eckert with help on the inside from Baker, but it's Hill leading off turn 2.
Oh, and by the way, some other drivers are playing possum. I'm being told Malik Ray, Kyler Wynn, they're hanging in the back. When do you come to the front? It's 40 laps to go, heading towards lap 150. Deal, Person, Eckert, Peacock, Baker run as they thunder through 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's side-by-side racing up on the front, but that top side may have a peck of trouble. Look at that gap breaking out with that top side. It's a matter of about 5 to maybe even 10 truck lengths right there on the top side. You can see that break. That is a massive continental divide. You can park a bus in that gap. That's not going to help out those racers on that top side. That's the reason why they're breaking away. You can see a driver diving down to the bottom. Those 2 trucks still on the high side. May have to worry about Peacock maybe in some trouble.
Pushed out of line for just a moment was Mark Person, the Detroit, Michigan driver, struggling as much as losing in football yesterday in the Thanksgiving game. Let's see what Person can do tonight. He's right now in 3rd. He'll set his sights on Eckert, and now Hill is the new king of the hill. Pardon the pun at Talladega in turn number 3.
Yeah, but for how long will he stay there? Eckert lined right up on his tailgate. We've already seen how aggressive he can get it. Here we go. Pit stops. Eckert, Hill, a whole bunch of them. Literally half the field jumping down pit road. Right here, coming to 40 laps to go, locking it up. Make sure that you get in your box. Don't speed. Don't slide through your box. Don't do anything that will screw you out of a chance of winning the NASRA 500 King of Talladega here tonight. Mark Person leads them off turn 2 with Peacock behind him.
Could this be the money stop as well? That's another big thing we'll have to keep an eye on as we move our way down to the end of this one. Person up in front. Peacock now from Canada from Fowler, Indiana. Then it's Bassanez. Bassanez is up there. Remember what happened to Freddie? The man from Cuba, now Miami. He's up to third now as we also look at Marin come to the front, the man from Puerto Rico. And there comes more pits, Ron.
Yeah, more drivers breaking away. Big lockups there. Huge puffs of smoke going up in the air. These competitors gotta worry about these pit stops. As he said a few moments ago, Wesley, it is the money stops. This is what the race is going to come down to. And if you have a sort of trip up, whether it be picking up a pit lane speeding penalty, either on entry, on exit, just trundling down pit lane at a snail's pace, or maybe just overshooting your marks a little bit, small little mistake, and it could be disaster.
Somehow, these green flag pit stops could possibly be the deciding factor of the run. As far as I know, Jacob Reeves, I could be wrong, but at least what I've seen so far, the longest green flag run of the race right now for these guys since I've been in the booth. Bassinez right now leads them off of turn 4.
And here we go. We'll see who goes with him. Marin's going to go with him. Win. Ray, the rest of them up here at the front of that pit. Oh, Ray, dirt tracking it going in. Oh, baby, get him a license over there at the Talladega short track. And Westmoreland is around on the entrance of pit road, backing up, trying to straighten it up. And that is going to cost Brock Westmoreland very, very dearly here tonight at Talladega. Is here we go. Eckert shoots by. He goes around Harper and all of them. Ethan Eckert will reassume the lead. But what will happen with Sebastian Marlin and Ray and others trying to work their way? How will all this work out right here, Ron?
Oh, I'm going to be honest. I was primarily focused on that 004 truck reversing nearly the entire length down pit lane, trying to get in the pit stall. Sorry to distract myself there. I thought we were going to have a disqualification on our hands, but here we go. Riding on board with Ethan Eckert. Going to blow their doors off on the apron. They're going to try and build the momentum, but there's only so much they can do. He's got momentum out there on the road. Let's see how it works out here, Wesley.
Certainly does, as Freddie Bassinez is in the lead, but here comes that big pack of traffic. You ever heard of the equivalent of bringing the knife to a gunfight? This is the equivalent of that in the trucks in the draft. Here comes now the second pack. It's Eckert. They will catch them. The smart thing to do, Jacob Reeves, as they work through 3 and 4, is to get that group behind Eckert as fast as you can as they come to the line.
Hell, and honestly, the smart move for all these other guys to do is just jump up there and block them one way or another. You see some of them doing it. Urashak jumps up. They're stacking up behind them. They're almost wrecking. Urashak jumped up, got up in the middle lane. Eckert's got no choice but to lift as Bassinez with the lead. Kyler Wynn, Malik Ray, they were playing possums, baby. Here they come to the front.
They're hungry. They're snarling. Then they say, here, kitty, 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 up on the outside lane, up on the top shelf where Grandma hides the cookies from Grandpa and the dentures and the presents as we move into the Christmas holiday season. Up into turn number 3, up on the outside, Bassinez. Up in the middle as here comes Urashak from Canada on the inside, Ron, all 4.
We've gone from bringing knives to gunfights to bringing an AK-47. Everybody's bringing their best. They're bringing the thunder. They're bringing the heat. And it's only a matter of time before someone gets hit by a stray. Let's see as they head their way 3 wide off through the trial. That's a 2 truck stalling out on the bottom. Here comes the one of Malik Ray. He's been oh so quick throughout this race. Has shown speed from the drop of the green through to the fall of the checkered. Once again up in the front, but look at the 2 truck gaining momentum on the bottom.
And by the way, that was Jeff Burke, that blue and silver number 60 machine that got pushed out of line a moment ago. But all of that second draft was running down the slow pack as they work now on the outside. Here's the thing, though, Jacob Reeves, the slow pack earlier has now caught up with the fast machines. They're battling Malik Ray, Kyler Wynn, who was playing possum. They're coming to the front.
Oh, baby, 35 to go when they hit the line. Who's your horse up here? Spin the roulette wheel. And who is it going to land on? For the king of Talladega, the inaugural running, presented by ServPro. This is straight up going to be a daisy. It's going to be a dandy. This is what we were expecting here tonight. Freddie Bassinez, Malik Ray, Sebastian Marin, Kyler Wynn, and Connor Urashak off turn 2.
Over 100+ people tuned in to the NASRA 360 Racing Network watching a virtual international humdinger. And right now, as we move down to the home stretch, Malik Ray from South Carolina, the man originally from Cuba, Miami, Florida, Freddie Bassinez, stride for stride, 1 and 2 for 1 and 2 off of 4.
Side by side by side by side, all throughout the field, just a train, a never-ending train of two different rails chugging along this racetrack, trying to pull out in front. It's going to be an old-school drag race, an old-school showdown as we get to the end. 34 laps now left to go here to decide the winner, who's going to be sitting on top of the throne at the end of this race. We've had such fantastic racing up to this point. We still have so much left to go.
In the words of the great 80s band Thin Lizzy, it's going to be a gunfight. Who will be the king of Talladega? Who will be able to hoist the crown, grab the scepter, and wear the cape? Right now is the bragging rights. Kyler Wynn, who was the original NASRA 500 Daytona winner back in the Great American Sim Race back this year. He now works his way to the lead on the outside. Ray follows off 4. And remember, the controversy, Jacob Reeves, between those guys in the Daytona NASRA Great American Sim Race.
Yes, sir, that is going to play a factor. I hope it doesn't play a factor, but we'll see what happens. Top 20 up here within a second. We're going to go side by side, let you hear from one of our great sponsors, Premier Racing Setups, but you ain't going to miss a thing as they're rolling off of turn 2 with Malik Ray up at the front.
Well, that's how we roll, baby, as they work down the back straightaway. It's just what we do. Kyler Wynn on the outside, and now Malik Ray had a choice. Do I go to the bottom instead of the double yellow line, block Bassinez, or do I call up in front of Wynn? He pulls up in front of Wynn. Bassinez looks his chance. Take that spot. Sebastian Marin will follow again as they work off 4.
And everybody running the drag strip down into the tri-oval now. Nobody can break away from everybody, but it looks like Malik Ray has finally been able to jump in front of the two of Bassinez. Look at those two, 1 and 2 in the 1 and 2 trucks respectively, trying to pull away, but here comes Kyler Wynn. He's been up in the front all night long in that number 82 truck after starting this race towards the back of the pack in 22nd place. He's now made his way up to 3rd, and there's still so much more room to grow.
Yeah, there certainly is, as right now Wynn's got Bassinez and they got Malik Ray to deal with. Race climb back to the front. And Jacob Reeves, how about this? The number 18 from Columbus, Ohio, from the Buckeye State, Wyatt Gray, who was on his lead crash. He's back in the top 5 on the pit lane. After pit stops, he's in with 30 to go in 5th.
Yeah, it's amazing what sim racing will do. I mean, you can be on your lid, and then all of a sudden you're running top 5 and trying to win the King of Talladega. It's amazing how sim racing works out like that sometimes. Malik Ray puts the block on Kyler Wynn. Freddie Bassinez down on the inside. Bassinez and Wynn are up more than 15 spots from where they started. Wyatt Gray up there in that mix. Connor Urashak, the Canadian up here. Oh, baby, it's going to be a dandy.
Certainly is. As right now, Malik Ray going from the top back to the bottom, throws the block on Bassinez, and of course Marin, and now Urashak, and keep it now Malik Ray to the lead. Ray now to win the. Here comes Kyler Wynn. Can he get up there? Gray's in tow. So is also Baker. Anybody can be in it to win it, Ron, off 4:30 at the line.
Yeah, I got a good feeling about Gray. He's been up in the front for so long, so keeping on that number 1 truck of Malik Ray to do well here in this race. But Kyler Wynn, you can never rule him out. Frankly, throughout this field, you cannot rule anybody out. Speaking of Gray and that number 18 truck, he was upside down not too long ago. He's now back up inside the top 5, scything his way through the running order as they had their way once again side by side, heading onto the back straightaway, Ray and Bassinez.
Right now, it's going to be Malik Ray on the outside lane. Bassinez will follow Marin right there to the inside. Urashak. Here comes a good run for Urashak, the driver, right there in the number 40. He's now worked his way, Jacob, into a nice spot comfortably, like we saw him do in preliminary night. The Pep 40 is climbing into the top 10.
Yeah, it absolutely is sliding right on up there, and he is on that bottom side, right in behind Marin. Marin there as well with Baker. Once again, literally a good old-fashioned drag race like Ron was talking about, Wesley. All 20 of them back to back to back to back, double wide all the way through the field to you, Wesley.
Right now, Malik Ray continues to lead that cavalry down the back straightaway. Everybody still just seeing him tuck right there, stride for stride. The two on the bottom. Here comes lap traffic. That's Jeff Merck. What might have been for the Punta Gorda, Florida driver. He gets flown by the field. He's out of the race. A lap down as the leaders race their way off 4.
Yeah, and that could have been a cork in the bottle with that car on the high side. They keep it rolling, keep it going, less than 30 to go. And now who's going to be the one to hold on to that race lead and say, you know what, I'm the one to beat here. That's what everybody wants to do. They want to stand out in front of that stage, stand up in the spotlight and say, I am the man to be the king. Let's see who's going to be it now. It's been Ray for so long. Batson has up in the front. Kyler Wynn's been in that spot for so long too. Let's see who's going to be there next.
Right now, it is Malik Ray still staying up on the outside lane. Some other heavy hitters are climbing. Marin, Wynn, Yurishak, Gray, Eckert, Baker, Masowitz. First time I've mentioned his name out of the top 10. Oh, and by the way, who was up earlier in the front? Now Jones. He's back in the top 10 as they work off 4.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys that was up there at the front slid to the back and then probably worked their way back up here. Joey Masevich up 26 spots from where he started. J.R. Miller back up here into this mix as well. Kenneth McCullough Jr., haven't talked about him all night long. MMS drivers trying to make something happen, at least one of them, with Kenneth McCullough Jr. in the 03 up here in the mix. He's in it to win it, Wesley.
In it to win it indeed, as we're under 30 laps to go. The outside lane now led by Malik Ray. He's got Wynn in tow. So is Gray and Baker. Nobody getting a third lane started. Oh, I spoke too soon. Here comes Mark Person. He'll try to get a third lane on this 4.
All of these racers are gunning for that victory, but only one can get it. What these racers are doing at this point, they are throwing everything that they have got at this. The worst feeling you could ever have as a racer is thinking that you could have done more. So everybody is putting all of their chips out on the table. They want to try and win this race. They are pushing as hard as they can to try and do it. Nobody wants to have a sleepless night. As much as you want to go into victory lane, you're going to not sleep well with yourself at all if you think you could have done a little bit more to get that W. Everybody knows that, which is why they're pushing so hard.
Certainly are, as right now, all these drivers work their way down the back straightaway. Things calm down, Jacob, for just a little bit. I got a feeling the calm before the storm is just around the horizon.
I think it is too, is now you're starting to see that third lane starting to make something happen one way or another. Here we go, riding on board. Oh, baby, here we go. That is Mark Person, baby. Well, I've already saw it up there in the live chat. We got some Mark Person chat out there. White, gray, found a hole, slid up there. 25 to go, baby. It's go time. Here at the King of Talladega, wiggly, sliding all over the place is Gray and Person. We're going 3 wide off 2.
By the way, sorry about that. I just went from the broadcast Wi-Fi. They cut the lights off, and now I'm connected to the my, if you will, Starlink box. So 4 wide. Watch this going on. We're 3 wide, and look at Gray back to the front. Malik Ray is the man in the middle. He's trying to push the 18 as they work off 4.
Gray and Ray working together. Could have ended in tears, though. I thought I was going to see a car go for a spin. Now we're getting into crunch time. Everybody knows that we get to the end of this race, but drama can boil up. It boils over here. Gray gets involved in that. The 32 involved. They wreck into the wall as they come out of the triangle. That, I believe, may bring out another yellow, and yes, it will. Another ServPro yellow, the 7th one of the day, and it comes with nearly 20 to go.
Wow, ServPro caution coming out once again, and it is going to set up a straight-up shootout. Pulse Poppers, thank you very much to them. Pulse Poppers instant replay. Rod, you saw it happen, buddy.
Yeah, it just ended in tears. I was going to say that something had to boil over soon, and the dream team of Gray and Ray ends in disaster. A bad bump sends that number 18 truck high, sends the 2 of them low. The 32, nothing that he could have done gets involved in that. There's the contact. Got to imagine there's some severe damage to those race cars. May not seem like the hugest hit, frankly, compared to some of the other drivers with some sledgehammer shots into that outside wall. It's been a very hectic race for many a racer, and the tow truck truck drivers are certainly making their pay here. But let's take a look at this overhead with Wyatt Gray. There was the bump, misalignment of the bumpers. He's got slid out to the outside, nearly wipes out 2 cars in the process. There's the 32. Look at that 40 truck there, hot dog colored, hot diggity dog indeed. He had to take to the grass to avoid that being a massive disaster, Wesley. You could just tell that the tension was boiling over. It was a pot that was getting closer and closer to boiling over, and eventually, Wesley, it just had to boil over fully.
Certainly did, man. Obviously, I literally just uttered the question, who's playing, who's hanging back? Obviously, I think a storm's on the horizon. The chat box was quite lively with the over 100 plus saying they felt the same thing as well. And then all of a sudden it broke loose. As right now a caution coming out, calming things down. Under 25 to go, Jacob Reeves. It's about to get really exciting here to determine who's going to win the inaugural NASRA King of Talladega presented by ServPro.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly right. And you know the old saying, Wesley, I've said it before, it was bound to happen, and one night it did. And Papa did love Mama. That's exactly what happened out of that one. Shout out to Garth Brooks on that one. We'll see. Got guys easing down. Ron, I mean, are we close on fuel right here? Or are they playing possum on the fuel, trying to get people to maybe go in the pit?
Yeah, I gotta wonder. I think there's a lot of different circumstances maybe deciding these racers' decision to come down pit lane. The track temps have been scorching throughout the night, and with how many sideways snaps we've had, I think these racers may come down for the tires. Here they go. Everybody trundling down pit lane. 129 for that track temperature, probably the coldest we've had thus far here tonight. But here they come, Jacob, all trundling down into pit lane for the money stop.
Yeah, and I see everybody going down, possibly getting 4 freshies, fill it up full of fuel, or just enough fuel. You maybe not want to fill it all the way up. You fill it up too much, there's more load in the truck that could really screw you up. Some may just go ahead and take gas and just have enough to make it all the way to the end, and that's exactly what it looked like. Nobody was worried about the damn tires. They might have took 2. They might have just took gas, but Freddie Bassinez will come out with the lead. Cody Nagels, Kyler Wedd, Nathan Harper, Mark Persett, the top 5. Boy, howdy, this is gonna be a good one, folks. We're gonna take another commercial break. We will be back for a wild finish here tonight. King of Talladega, presented by ServPro. We're back after this.
For Murph's Magical Creations, home to custom laser engraving and gifts. This veteran-owned and operated company engraves for all occasions. If you want one of Murph's Magical Creations, call the number on your screen or commission through either Instagram or via email. Murph's Magical Creations, made with love for you.
Craftsmanship that lasts a lifetime is Florida Cabinet Distributors. With over 20 years in business and 39 years of woodmaking experience, they proudly serve Northeast Florida to Southeast Georgia, delivering custom woodwork that combines precision, beauty, and durability. Whether you're dreaming of a custom kitchen, bathroom vanity, fireplace and mantle, entertainment center, outdoor kitchen, or even a full library, we can build it at Florida Cabinet Distributors, exactly the way that you envision. Hey, no project is too big or too small. If it's made of wood, Florida Cabinet Distributors can make it. Call or text Steve today. Yes, they gave us his personal cell number, 904-874-3442. That's 904-874-3442 to book today. Florida Cabinet Distributors, craftsmanship that lasts a lifetime.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg with some of the sponsors that we've got here with the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Thank you very much to each and every one of those sponsors, all the sponsors that have been involved this week, and obviously with tonight. And obviously, real quick, do want to mention it one more time for everybody out there. Thank you very much to PGR for the PGR 500 for their sponsorship for Stage 1, Stage 2. February 2nd through the 8th, PGR Esports is dropping the biggest race of the year, the PGR 500. A full week of insane action, elite drivers, and nonstop drama. Like I said, we love drama, and hopefully we don't have none tonight. But all leading up to one epic main event. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube and lock in exclusive streams, highlights, and every heart-pounding moment. This is the PGR 500, February 2nd to the 8th. Don't miss it. So thank you very much to those guys.
Jacob, can I add something to this? They've waved off the restarts. They're going to stay under caution, but I just want to say something. Last year, or the PGR 500, NASRA 500, things maybe got off on the right foot or the wrong foot, or things changed or whatever. I don't know. But I just want to say mad props to everybody coming together, and let's be on a unified moment, right? Let's extend the olive branch. PGR, NASRA coming together, promoting one another, and that's mad props on both of their parts for sure. So even in real racing, sim racing, if we could all just get along, we all have a share of the piece of the pie. And I really do hope that they have a successful PGR 500 Great American Sim Race. And then, of course, remember, we got the second annual NASRA Daytona 500, our version of the Great American Sim Race, coming up very soon. As a matter of fact, as I speak of that, there is the details. The King of Daytona. I don't know why they call it the King of Daytona. I thought it was just the Great American Sim Race. Maybe they've changed the name again, but hey, there it is. January 4th through the 10th. There's the lineup. That's how it's all going to go down right there. And I was told the other day, Jacob, if you remember, that date might change. I'm understanding that date might change. So there might be a change of dates, but they'll let us know if that is. And right now, that's what the original flyer was. So, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be, yeah, that's the week I go back to work after I'm off for Christmas break. So, what luck off of that one right there, but it is what it is. And it'll be a good one. Make sure you scan that QR code. According to Cody and Brady and them, you scan that QR code, it takes you straight to the NASRA special events. It will take you straight to it. So if you're already in this, if you're planning on running it and you're already in that Discord, don't worry about scanning that QR code. You'll get everything lined up for the King of Daytona lined up in that Discord. But if you have not yet and you want to sign up, 113 out of you out there, what do y'all want to sign up for this damn thing? So somebody hit that code, scan it. But scan it, get yourself in. Was a blast for the King of for the King of Daytona that we had back in February, and it has been a absolute blast here for the King of Talladega. Very, very successful both of these races, but we are not done yet. Here we go, getting ready for a good old-fashioned slobber knocker, as good old JR would say. Here we go, coming back to the line, 170 of 188. That's what we're going to have on tap. And here we go, green flag in the air. Freddie Bassadaz, Kyler Wynn, Cody Nagels, Nathan Harper, Malik Ray. That's the top 5. Mark Person, we know he likes to ride that high side tickler line. Will he be able to jump up there and make it happen? Ethan Ecker been very, very aggressive and strong up here at the front as well. They're working their way off of turn 2. Freddie Bassadaz with the lead.
In the words of the band ELO, we're heading for a showdown. Bassadaz from Cuba originally leads them now from Miami, Florida. He's got Nagels right behind his tailgate. Wynn will follow. Here comes now Person. And now Yerashak will make him go to the outside. The inside right starts coming to the front there, right on board.
And this is the first time in quite some time that I think that top side has got more strength in numbers than the bottom does. Gotta see how Kyler Wynn could try and manage this in that number 82 truck. Does have a lot of momentum, and the momentum that he does have is really broken up. This may be a tough road ahead for that driver. The number 82 truck has that 2 truck of Bassadaz right on his high side. He's got a strong pusher in the form of the 6, but no, that's a big snap from him. A huge save from Tyler Wynn. He held on to it.
I literally had a jaw-dropping moment right now, though. Bassinez, Nichols backed away, gave him plenty of room to reset. He does just that. And now, here comes now Wynn. Pushed by with the help of Person and Ray. Ray keeping on the outside lane. He's behind Harper in the Chick-fil-A entry. And Wynn's going to second off 4.
Yeah, and Ethan Eckert up there on the top side, and the words of a famous redneck, one of them, hold my beer and watch this. He thought about taking a third lane, but thought different. Now he's keeping on looking up there. A couple of them starting to look up there. Taylor Peacock in the 81, we saw him shoot up there for just a split second, thought better of it, then dump back in. Double foul, somebody way back there thinking it 3 wide. Bassinez leading them off of turn number 2.
And somehow, some way, whoa, we got Johnson up in the wall. Johnson to the 38. He's up against the safer barrier. Peacock had to get on the binders. It's also not go 3 wide and start a tangle. Now Bassinez stays single file as they go to 3. Nichols will go to the outside and throw the block on Harper. And the lane gets started again off 4 Ron.
Yeah, I think Nichols is tired of being that engine. He wants to be the main car, but he's not going to get it just yet. Bassinez blocks off that high side. Look at him in that black car right in front. That number 2 has been up in the front all throughout this race. So too has Nichols, so too has Wynn. A lot of these races that we see up in the north end of the field have been there ever since the drop of the green some 173 laps ago. Look at that top side, though. They've got some momentum. They've got some strength. Here we go on the back straightaway once again. They're going to thread at the 3 wide.
They'll try to thread the needle again, and we're 3 wide. Somebody went below the double yellow line. Below the double yellow line. You can't do that. Person's got to give that spot back. If you advance your position and go below the double yellow line, you can get penalized. Harper in the lead as they work off 4 there, Jacob Reeves.
Oh, baby, I got a feeling if he wins this, he's going to buy everybody chicken sandwiches and waffle fries when it's all said and done. Nathan Harper, baby, started 30th all the way up to the front. And now Ethan Eckert been very strong in that 12. Here comes Baker. Here comes Falkenham. Wow, Daniel Falkenham out of nowhere went a lap down, and now he is up here in it to win it. Got saved by that caution a while ago, Wesley.
For somebody that said that Falkenham, it's time to go to the front. What are you doing? It's time. It's playing possum. Not anymore. Falkenham's on the gas. He's into the top 10. And now it's Eckert back to the lead. This guy, Ron, has been since we started the King of Talladega. He won the first qualifying race on Sunday. We got trouble. Goes around. He spins into the pack off turn number 4. Everybody else like Blanchard and Little get on the binder. We're under caution here for the 8th time, coming off of turn 4.
Oh, and they were wrecking for a while. They were wrecking for a while as they headed their way off through 3 and 4. Started off with a little wiggle. I thought they had held on to it as they were about to pass it off to me there, Wesley, but they did not. As we take a look at that Pulse Poppers instant replay, this was going on for quite some time. You can see the smoke, the puffs of smoke's already going on. The 32 getting involved in the drama, and in that stacking up the 1. That's Ray with my apologies. That's a 26 with a sideways snap. As soon as he gets around that apron, there's not a lot that you can do here in these NASCAR trucks. There's the contact, hits the 92 here, nearly blew over there, Wesley.
I just caught a glimpse of it right there, and obviously that was John Ward, already multiple laps down. Tucker McClendon in the Tennessee Volunteer colors. He got collected in it. Nowhere to go for the guy on the 23 as well. The driver, of course, I believe is Tyler Justice from Byron, Georgia. Chris Blanchard got a little piece of it as well, as we see from another onboard replay. Just a tough break for the driver of John Ward, one of the guys from Valdosta, Georgia, in the Dega Pros racing entry. It all started when McClendon went to the bottom of the apron. A couple of Tennessee guys, Chattanooga, Tennessee. McClendon into Ward, and others, Jacob Reeves, just collected. Oh, and by the way, this really opens up the door to either go for tires, stay for track position. 13 laps to go as we get to the home stretch, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, it really does open the door. I mean, remember that track tip, it has cooled off just a little bit. Really, it's colder than what it's been all night at 125. I mean, hell, it started out at what, 138, 136. I mean, it's cold enough. Literally, yeah, thank you, Dean. Yeah, it's cold enough that you can actually put your beer out there and it might actually not get hot. So I'm paraphrasing, folks. Really don't do that.
27 degrees
on the 125.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, we're talking about cold. It's cold here. Track temp is nice on Talladega, but it's 27 degrees in the press box where I'm at right now, calling the NASRA 500 King of Talladega. It's cold. I'm just going to tell you, it's cold. I sent a picture to our producer to show you how bundled up I was. I literally am wearing a pair of pants with like underlayer pants and about 3 sweatshirts to stay I'm stuttering now, Ron. To stay cool.
Save him, Ron.
I'm sorry.
It's the cold. It's the cold. That's what's going on. I'm very happy to say that my broadcast booth is not boiling hot. That's the problem that I get this time of year with the vent right in there. My broadcast booth, my bedroom, does not have a return vent. So any of the air that comes in and the hot air that comes out of my mouth whenever I'm commentating, it just stays in here. I'm basically commentating inside a giant air fryer, which is not ideal, but based off my karting background, I'm used to sweating like a pig, so I guess it does work out. Jacob, how's your broadcast booth working? How's the temperature there? Do you know what temperature it is for your booth?
Our NASRA view from the booth, if you will. Yeah, there you go.
Well, it's pretty good. It really depends on if the wife ends up hitting the heater or anything like that. So
there I am, Jacob. Look.
There you go.
Man, that mixing board I think costs more than vital bodily organs on my body would go for on the black market.
By the way, I didn't break in the press box. Okay, that glass has been broken for almost all season. This is no. Listen, guys, listen to me. You're amongst history because tonight was the final playoff football game in this press box, and this is the final official broadcast in this press box. They are tearing down this press box on December the 15th, and they are rebuilding a new 3-tier. State-of-the-art motorsports or broadcast press box. So this is the final shebang, if you will, inside this thing. But you see me bundled up. It's cold, man.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's cold there. Real quick, Tyler Dittmer. Tyler Dittmer put this out there in the live chat. What type of beer you drinking, Jacob, at 127 degrees? Corona.
Oh, wow.
Why? Because I don't drink Corona. That's exactly why. So like and subscribe, folks. 121 of you out there live. I mean, just absolute banger of numbers. I mean, we absolutely love it. Thank you very much for all the support that you've given, or that you've given this channel, that you've given this league. Make sure that you get yourself lined up, scan that QR code, get yourself ready for the King of Daytona. If you love Talladega, you gotta love Daytona a hell of a lot more. There you see your dates right there, $30 entry fees. Rebuys? Oh yeah, we got rebuys. We got rebuys all day long. You want rebuys? Get them and line it up. And remember, no fast repairs, fixed setups. It's next-gen cars, just like it was back in February. The only difference, it's gonna be in January of 2026. Cannot wait for that one, Wesley. I'll be calling that one with you, buddy. I cannot wait to see how that bad boy is going to turn out.
We might need to put a little attaboy to our buddy Ron Mounds and tell Brady and Jay and Brady and Cody we like to have a 3-man team. Ron, are you enjoying your first experience of calling the NASRA broadcast with us, my friend? Yeah.
Oh, I gotta say, for my first time covering a race here on NASRA, I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I will say this in the zone, my vocal cords have not. I think I'm gonna sound very gravelly come time for the morning, well, later on this morning, since it is past midnight here on the East Coast. But I have thoroughly enjoyed it. This is great. My vocal cords, though, may be a different story. But here we go, Jacob, about to get this race up and rolling, coming to nearly 10 laps left to go here in this fantastic race.
Oh, baby, I have absolutely no idea how this is going to turn out. Nobody in the live chat knows how it's going to work. Nobody does. We're already spinning. Eckert already spinning around at the line. Still greened up. Caution's going to come out. Might have been a bad bump. Might have spun some tires. Caution is out. Urashek's going to lead it. Oh, baby, we're going to have to check a Points Poppers instant replay and see what happened. Points Poppers instant replay. Thank you very much to Points Poppers for their sponsorship with this race and all of NASRA. Let's see what happened. Urashek right in behind Eckert. They hit the line. Oh, it was a sack up. Everybody on the outside just stacked up. No, it was the inside lane. Big slide. Might have been Mark Person right there on the inside lane. Slid up. Yes, 077 comes up, gets into Eckert, knocks him sideways, and basically takes both of them out. He might have got tagged from the back end, Ron. I mean, that's what I would think out of this right here. I would think Person got tagged right here from Freddie Bassanez.
Yeah, and let's take a look at it here as they headed their way into the restart zone now. Yeah, it just goosed up the throttle very, very early. The round of bumper cars as they had their way off through there. Nothing that the 12 truck did wrong there. Just got caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's a big stack up. That's going to take out some drivers from this battle. They're going to be on the back foot massively as we get farther along into this race. Maybe a little bit controversial too. Thankfully, though, the yellow coming out rather early. Going to limit the damage on the 12. I mean, it's still not a good series of events if you are the 077 of Mark Pearson or the 12 there on the high side. It could have been a heck of a lot worse. Still not ideal. I will say, though, and this is not as we were talking under one of the last commercial breaks that we took not too long ago about one of my picks earlier on in this broadcast of Daniel Falkingham in that number 88 car, number 88 truck, I should say. He's still in it to win it, and some of the strongest competition in this race just took themselves out.
I will say this right here, and I don't know 100% if this is going to be 100% out of this. I'm going to throw it up there. Just because it's so close to the end and then something happens, somebody's got to be mad.
We got beef.
Somebody's got to have beef. First time here for the King of Talladega. Everybody's been calm, cool, collected, Rod. Everybody has been fine. Nobody has had any issues. There you go. We got beef, obviously. First and only time I'll say it. Door banging download on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Go check it out. Shameless plug on that one. But Ron, baby, I'm telling you, what are we thinking right here,
wasn't
Ron?
here.
Yeah, no.
I didn't instigate it. I'm sorry.
Well, I would ask you, Wesley, but you've already put your point out there. But Ron, why do you think we're getting so many cautions? I mean, I think it's aggression. At least that's what I'm thinking, Ron.
They were getting down to the end of somebody trying to win $2,000 and they go wreck their mommy and steal their Christmas presents if they had to.
Yes, you took the words right out of the mouth there, Wesley. That just about sums it up. Well, the comment from Tony Stewart, he would wreck his mom to win a championship. These drivers have got a lot on store. They've got a lot at risk if they want to try and get this win. I mean, I know from my perspective as a broke college age guy, $1,000 would mean more to me than just about anything. So I'm sure these drivers feeling exactly the same as we take a look at Nathan Harper with that number 7 car. Now, I will not make any comments on that number 7 machine just because I am from the city of Philadelphia, and I think that will stalk some pretty bad things in the chat.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, don't make fun of the Pepto-Bismol pain company. I did that the other night. I had to find out the holiday, Ron, about the but there was actually history behind it, though.
Well, I mean, if he wins the race, then, he'll be able to pull it off right there. He'll be able to actually tell everybody what's going on and everything. Real quick, we'll run you through the top 10 and where they stand and everything else. Connor Urashak, here's your race leader, the number 40 with that truck. Nathan Harper sitting in 7th. We're going to skedaddle past his real quick just because he's got the Chick-fil-A on it, just because I am about hungry. Kyler Wynn.
You and me both.
Remember, Kyler Wynn won the King of Daytona earlier on this year, tried to go for 2 in a row on the super speedways, big ones right here. Could make it happen, up 19 spots. Cody Nagels sitting in P4 right there. He has been strong all night long. Dylan Jones right there as well, right beside him as they are doubling up for this restart. Joey Masevich in that 64. We haven't talked a whole lot. Well, Malik Ray's up on the top side now, but Malik Ray, he's been one of those guys kind of waiting at the back, waiting for the right time. Now is the time, and Malik Ray is here. There's Joey Masevich right there, up 32 spots. One of the biggest movers, if not the biggest mover in the field. Watch out for Joey Masevich to make something happen. Matthew Baker with PGR Esports, he is sitting in prime position to make it happen. Very good on them super speedways. Light it up in the live chat. Daniel Falkingham, how about you? Up here in that 88, went down a lap earlier on. He is in perfect prime position to get him a win here tonight. Chase Mastrada up here in that P10 spot. That is your top 10 as we getting ready for a restart. Ron, do you think we're going to make it? I don't think we're going to make it, buddy. I really don't. I think it's fixing to be a hell of a wreck.
Yeah, I have a feeling that something is going to boil over here sooner rather than later with a handful of laps left to go, 2 handfuls of laps left to go, I should say. Something's going to go down. Either one racer's going to go for a bad bump. We could maybe see some drama on a restart once again. I don't think we will, but I'm sure there's going to be something going on, and we'll be able to cover all of the action here on NASRA. And if you have been enjoying this broadcast, how about you hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you never miss out on the racing action, and hit the like on this stream as well to let us know that you're enjoying it. We're sure enjoying it here in the broadcast booth, and we've got a stunner of a finish to talk about here. Jacob, I'll pass it back off to you as I approach the restart zone.
Yeah, and God help us if they do pass by that 188 laps. We got 3 green, white checkered attempts. I'm not even going to mention it again. Hopefully it ends all right here at the end. 7 to go. Urashek, Harper side by side. Kyler Wynn, Dylan Jones, they're up there in the mix. Malik Ray up here with Cody Nagels. Everybody trying to get lined up, trying to figure out where they want to go. Coming off turn 2, Urashek squirts out ahead.
Oh, here comes Urashek. He'll power to the inside. He got contact. Wind gets loose. They make a wiggle. He spins to the bottom of the apron. Slams to the inside. Safe for Armco barrier. And the caution's out for the 10th time of the back straightaway.
Wesley, I think you called every bit of this right here. They're going to wreck their mama to try to win the whole damn thing. Pulse Pop Resistant Replay, you just saw it all, buddy.
The man out of Canada in the Pepto-Bismol number 40 took a shot from the NASRA 500 Daytona winner from Canada, our friend of the North, Kyler Wynn. He took a shot from the tailgate. Debris went flying. Then they bounced off of one another. The Georgia boy of Eastern NC, Nathan Harper, contact. Around goes the 40. Everyone else on the binders. And a big damage for the man from Canada. He might be done for as we are still under 10 to go here in the NASRA King of Talladega.
Everybody out there in the live chat, try to keep it PG. We tried to keep it PG up here in the booth. Y'all need to keep it PG in the live chat. Just giving y'all a holler on that one. Ron, what do you think right here? You think just getting some, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. They're just trying to make it happen right here. What do you think happened?
You know, the fact that the number 40's rear bumper cover got completely ripped off from how big of a bump he got from the 82, that shows you how aggressive they were racing. They were going to be going for all that glory. That's just about what I was expecting. Gotta say, though, as we were following that number 40, the 7 car nearly blew over. Talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. This 7 truck of Nathan Harper, he nearly got blown over as a result of all this. There's the contact. You'll see the bumper fly off there. There's the cover gone. It's back there. I'm pretty sure some of the officials around this track have taken that bumper cover, sold on eBay already. Now you can see that 82 spinning that 7 UCMA across the nose and up into the air. Nathan Harper goes those roof flaps, doing a fantastic job to keep that NASCAR truck on the ground, but not going to keep it on the racetrack, pointing in the right direction. Nathan Harper going to spin around. His tires have been worn down to the canvas as a result of that slide. It's just about what we were expecting, though, Wesley, and you got a bird's eye view of it all.
Toss it out here at Talladega. Dylan Jones up here leading this damn thing. Falkingham Wynn still holding into the 3rd spot. Seeing some of you out there in the live chat out there. Somebody, oh baby, we getting some chaos. We getting some Dean. It ain't happening, right here, but it's happening out there in the live chat, baby.
We got beef.
We got some beef going on out there in the live chat. There's some of them calling it out right here, saying maybe this was Kyler Wynn's fault right here. I mean, I think it's just nature of the beast. Some saying netcoats, some saying this and that and everything else. Wesley, I can't make a call on it. I mean, I would. There's 125 people right here that would cut my damn throat. I ain't making a call on that. I ain't making that call. I ain't doing it.
As my daddy used to always tell me, the man that wins the race is the first guy that crosses the line first. All right, so I'm not going to make an assumption of who's going to win this thing. I will say this. Some of the people in chat were correct. The over 130 close that are still watching after midnight Eastern time, by the way, might I add, after midnight. And
give him a hand.
We've been on the air for almost 3.5 hours, by the way. I'm still freezing in the press box, but I'll tell you this, though. Names that were struggling, they've come back to the front, or they might have been playing possum. There they are. Falkingham, Wynn, Baker, Nagels, any of these guys, honestly, can win this thing. Yeah. How about Joey as well, man? What a good run for Joey. I mean, I am just impressed. Joey Masowitz from Pennsylvania. There he is. Boy, I'm digging that helmet. Yeah, look at that. It looks like it's what is that? You got a baby, Jacob. What is that? What Enemy? Is it Enemy? I think it is Enemy.
Yeah, but we don't watch that. We watch Looney Tunes and Coco Melon. We don't watch that. That's not Looney Tunes and Coco Melon. That is not what that is. I don't know what it is. Well, me and Joey used to race on a team together, and I remember him saying something about it's animated and everything. Hey, who knows? He wins the damn thing. If it's on the podium, we can holler at him. Puerto Rico's still in the house. You got a shot right here, Sebastian.
What a way to represent.
Up here in the mix right here. Yes, sir. I mean, what a way to do it right here. But I think this is going to be – I really think, honestly, I think we may end up going green all the way to the end right here. I could be wrong, but I think this is going to be the main restart of the night. You got to put yourself in the right position to get it there, unless somebody wrecks again. But I think it's going to be in right here. This is going to be.
I'm sorry. I don't think she's. I don't even think she's warming up her pipes just yet. I think we're going to see another crash. There's going to be another big bang boom, and a little snap crackle pop as well. And then we're not done with this thing here. Ron Mons, what's your take, man? As we get ready. By the way, I want to give a shout out to one of our buddies. Tyler Dittmer. Want to say hello to him. He used to work with us back in the day. Obviously, thank you for your service, for what you do in the military, but obviously he used to work with us on NASRA broadcasts, and he's been anchoring some of the races when we can't be there, or driving in the DSR electric truck series. So yeah, want to send hello to Tyler Dittmer and everybody else that's watching. Thank you. All right, Ron, what's going to happen, man? What are we going to do? What's going to happen here, buddy? What you watching? You think we're going to have a big wreck?
I have a feeling that we probably will. Everybody knows what's at risk. They know what the reward is. If you dangle a big enough carrot in front of a racing driver, they will be willing to commit felonies to get to that carrot first. We've already seen it as we've gone to the end, certainly throughout this race, even in the first two stages, mind you, just for the small little bit of money they got for the stage wins. Everybody was willing to just push anybody in their path out in front of the path of a speeding train to try and get out there in front. Now, though, as we're getting into close to natural green-white checker territory, going to be on lap 186 of 188 once we get this race back up and rolling, Jacob. I genuinely think, though, Wesley, that we are going to be seeing more drama. Jacob, I'm sure you're in the same boat as I.
Oh, baby, this is going to get good, and this is not a green-white checkered attempt. We will go back, hit the line, it'll be 186 of 188. Remember, we're going all the way to 188. 3 attempts at green, white, checkered. If we need them, green flag back in the air, they hit the line, and it will be 3 laps to go to settle the inaugural running of the NASRA 500 King of Talladega. Dylan Jones up here at the front. Falkingham right in behind him as well. Kyler Wynn, he has no friends, none, N-O-N-E, except for Sebastian Marlin. Here comes Dylan Jones off turn 2.
A man from Middle Week, Wisconsin, the cheesehead up in front, but now Texas Baker is in the mix. And now problems for Jones. He's losing spots on the outside. Falkingham to the lead. Baker will follow, and the fence imploding. Trouble, the street in the wall. So is other drivers crashing. It's also Chris Blanchard. It's Taylor Peacock. It's Ryan Johnson. It's John Ward. And they're still crashing, coming down to the bottom of the bank in turn 4, Jacob.
Oh, man, another caution comes out. That will set us up for green, white, checkers, points, poppers, instant replay. Wesley, you saw it all happen right there coming through 3 and 4.
There was the battle going on for the lead. We saw Jones free falling. Finally coming to be the saving grace was the 64 of Masowitz, but then the outside lane got loose behind Masowitz. It's the 023 of Nash Brambilla. Into the fence went Chase Mastrita as well. Then it was the other driver, I believe, of Jones, Chris Blanchard, John Ward, the 01 of Asher Litter, Ryan Johnson. All of these drivers scatter, top, bottom. I win. I should place my bets at Vegas, cash my chips. I'd be a millionaire, Jacob Reeves. We go to overtime here in the NASRA King of Talladega 500.
Yeah, that's why I don't go to the casino anymore right there, Wesley. And I would have lost my tail right there off that whole deal. There you see the contact riding on board with the tiny horse, Ryan Johnson. And just out of nowhere, I mean, some drivers know where to go. Bad part about it, a whole lot of NASRA guys getting involved in that one. Craig Schroeder, Ryan Johnson, Taylor Peacock, Chris Blanchard, all NASRA guys getting involved right here. And Wesley, Ron, I get to you on that as well. But Wesley, I mean, me and you, we call these races with NASRA and everything. It's sentimental for us if a NASRA guy's got a shot up here, and we see NASRA guys getting wrecks right here at the end of it. It does kind of hurt us a little bit.
The bragging rights to see, obviously, Team NASRA climb the ladder, but then get snake bit at the home stretch of this one is obviously appalling. It hurts. It's detrimental to the shows, the talent, and the fabric of our NASRA brand since 2020. But with that being said, Ron Mons, you got the best of the best, the flair from the international world of iRacing. You want to be in it to win it, and obviously you cannot have any mistakes, especially even with 3 to go, like what happened to them.
Yeah, and as we get into green, white, checkered territory, these competitors, they want to win it. They don't want to spin it. Both options could very much so happen for those races up at the front. I do want to say, though, outside of the smoke and drama surrounding that incident, hang down the backstretch into 3 and 4, there was a little bit of drama as we got that race back up and rolling. Cody Naegels behind the wheel of that number 6 car. Now, it looked like from our perspective in the broadcast booth, as we saw them take that restart, looked like he maybe dipped down to the bottom lane before that line. Now, I'm not sure if he's been given a penalty by iRacing yet. That's usually something that iRacing controls. He had a fantastic restart, and you can see him nearly jumping his way up in a second, in fact. So it's looking good for him, but it was once we got that race back up and rolling on that restart where it looked a little bit interesting for that number 6. Some people in the YouTube chat as well bringing that up. I saw that right as we got the race back up and rolling, got that restart. I saw that 6 car maybe dip down to the bottom. Now, I'm not sure if that got marked by iRacing or maybe race controls having a look at that, but Cody Naegels may have nearly given himself a penalty on the restart before that incident.
Yeah, he might have actually bailed himself out one way or another off that. Thank you very much to Pulse Poppers for the instant replay. We're going to green, white, checkers, folks. Going to take our last commercial break. Before the end of it, we'll bring you back for the finish here tonight at Talladega. King of Talladega NASRA 500 presented by ServPro. We're back for the finish after this. We are back here at Talladega. Good God almighty, boy, it has been a fantastic week. King of Talladega events lined up 9 ways to Sunday. Turkey Day, Thanksgiving was yesterday. Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. Hope everybody enjoys the event. Me and the wife and the son, we had our very first Thanksgiving here at the house earlier today. We got to spend some time with the family and everything else. No, he didn't get none of the turkey stuff. He did get some mashed taters, and he liked them very much. So, but it was awesome to Awesome to have that and basically cap it all off with the week here tonight for the King of Talladega. Redneck announcer Jake Reeves here with Ron Moss, Wesley Outland, the best damn producer in the business, Dean Hop, to get ready for a double file restart. Wesley, we got 3 green, white checkered tips, baby. Honestly, at this point, hell, you know what? Screw it. I think we burn them all at this point. What do you think?
We've been in too many of these, haven't we? I told you I had a feeling. Here we go. I mean, listen, would you have it any other way? Listen, the deal is you want to come to the West Texas Pepper Traders 1 to go and try to take that white flag. When we get that white flag, it's fair game from there. But to do that, you got to hold off on 3 attempts. Remember, we were still on the regular scheduled distance. We still were on the regular scheduled distance when the caution came out. This is the first attempt, Ron Mons, of 3 attempts. Get ready for free racing, exciting racing. And as somebody just said in the chat box, this is stage 4.
Yeah, this is when we get into crunch time for this race. Everybody, there's a different feeling at this point in the event. You know, there's so much tension throughout this race, so much tension throughout stage 3. But now that we get to the final stage, the end of this race, into overtime, the first of 3 green, white checkered attempts, this is when that pay window opens. Everybody's got to be feeling the tension, feeling the excitement. I think we've had a slight delay here in getting this race back up and rolling as that pace truck is out there for 1 more lap, but I'm looking forward to seeing what may go on. I'm going to play devil's advocate, in fact, and say that we will not use all 3 of our green, white checkered attempts. I think we're going to use at the very least 1. We had that last one that wasn't overtime, so that wasn't marked as a green, white checkered attempt because we were still in regulation. Now, however, as we've jumped past that lap 188 mark, now that we're in the first green, white checkered attempt, I'm going to say that we're not going to be able to get this time. Next time, however, that is my bet. I'm waging my bet that we don't go through all 3, but we certainly go through the first 2.
Yeah, and I'm already saying it out there in the live chat. A couple of you already said, here comes the big wreck. I've got a feeling, I'd say some bumper cars coming. Somebody's actually sweating right now watching. Good Lord. Yeah, well, I mean, I can see that right there because, I mean, Wesley, you think about this. There's fans watching of, PGR. I'm sure you're the PGR guys and NASRA fans as well. But some of these drivers, they got family members that watch, Wesley. I mean, they got family members that are watching them. And some of these guys up here in the top 10, I mean, it's like we said a while ago. I mean, hell, $1,000 payday, that's pretty good. So family members watching and people out there watching and everything else, it's got to make them sweat a little bit knowing what's going on right here. It's got to make them sweat a little bit. Hell, I would be too.
I mean, it's after what, close to 12:40 Eastern time, close to midnight Central time in 2 time zones, by the way, and it's still 100+ people watching. Right, phenomenal job. Thank you to everybody for checking it out. It just makes me wonder if we would have done this in the daytime, if we would have done this on the Saturday afternoon like we had kind of originally planned in the daytime. Would we see over 300, 400, 500 people watching? Right, but for those, we thank you. I know the replays are going to be available, the archives are going to be exciting, but for right now, for all of you audience, enjoy the free racing. It's time to settle who's going to be the inaugural winner of the NASRA 500 King of Talladega. Jacob, they're coming to the restart.
I cannot wait to see how this bad boy is going to turn out. Daniel Falkenham, Matthew Baker up here on the front row. Dylan Jones, Kyler Wynn, Joey Masevich, the top 5 green flag in the air. They're already wrecking before they even get back to the line. No caution yet on the speedway. Kenneth McCullough Jr. and now the ServPro caution comes out after a stack up. We'll take another shot at it.
I'll tell you what, Ron, Kenneth McCullough, we talked about that driver right there who actually went through a lot of bad luck the McCullough family had, but he was one of the guys that was winner of the qualifier race, or the last chance qualifier. DePunches took it in. The family, the McCullough Motorsports, MMS Motorsports, by the way. You see him on social media and on the Discords and iRacing for their big money races. Super Speedway at that, Ron. Obviously, Kenneth McCullough from Savannah. There's a replay. And my goodness, man, what a stuff. I mean, it's 1. You got 2 attempts left. But luckily, we didn't have the big one.
Yeah, so we still have a whole lot of cars out there on the racetrack to really battle it out. Really rough way for things to end for Kenneth McCullough. Started this race on the inside of row number 9, gonna end it right in pit lane, and there was the stack up. It was a huge checkup up at the front. Everybody trying to avoid, and look at the 78 coming to blows there. I'm not sure who that was. I believe that may have been Peacock in the 81 car that they came to
J.R. Miller. J.R. Miller.
There. My apologies. Yeah, J.R. Miller. Either way, though, no matter how you slice it, not just one car caught out and all that, but thankfully, as you said, Wesley, it wasn't a big one like we saw in the last yellow.
No, you're exactly right, Jacob. And obviously, man, we saw Miller. I think he might be able to continue along. I don't think he's got that much damage. Peacock did get into the side swipe driver door of him. Oh, and Peacock crashed. Oh, my goodness, I missed this. Wow, Jacob, you caught that coming across the start-finish line, brother.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor Peacock just trying to get it straightened out right there, and just unfortunately just innocent bystander of all that's going on. But if I could, and I could speak for the 120 out there live chat watching here tonight, and everybody, and even the drivers, wait till you take the white flag before you wreck. We want a green flag finish. This has been a fantastic event.
Beef? We got beef?
You know what? Yeah, we do. Come on. Let's get a green flag finish out of this. Come on. Let's get a green flag finish out of this for the fans, for the drivers, for us, for everybody that put this on. Get a green flag finish out of this. We want a green flag finish. That is exactly what I think the drivers deserve, the fans deserve, everybody involved deserves. And you know, Ron, you know, I'm sure you would have tested that 100%. You know, and Wesley as well. You know, all week events, you want to have a great finish, and you don't want it to finish under caution.
Yeah, I want to see a green flag end to this race as someone who's gotten the opportunity and the distinct privilege to cover what has been a fantastic night of racing action. I mean, we have seen some thrilling moments throughout, some that has definitely tested out the tensile strength of my vocal cords, I'll tell you what. But here for my first ever broadcast on the NASRA 360 Racing Network has been an absolute treat, and I want to see these viewers get treated to a brilliant finish as well. Certainly from my perspective in the booth, I want to see a brilliant finish. All the viewers tuning into this broadcast want to see a good finish as well, so let's get a green flag end. We'll see if they can manage it, though. They only have 2 more attempts, which may not seem like much, but any sort of stack up, that's the second stack up that we've had in the past 3 yellows, so that could very well snowball into a consistent problem, Wesley. Not the first time we've seen that tonight, may very well not be the last either.
No, you're exactly right. I don't even think she's even warmed up her pipes just yet. And by the way, there it is, the NASRA 500, the King of Daytona, presented by Blanchard Towing and Recovery. It is coming back for the second time. Well, Kyler Wynn won it last year with a controversial event, and it returns in 2026 on the first week of December. If anything changes date-wise, we'll let you know. All the details, of course, on NASRA, social media, the North American Sim Racing Association.com. Jacob Reeves, we're looking forward to that one, man. It's going to be fun for sure, no doubt about it. And I guess we can also mention, I guess we're going to be called the King of Daytona, so the PGR 500 can be called the Great American Sim Race. And that race, Jacob, coming up in January. You got all the details on that, my friend. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the big race, obviously, for PGR. I mean, obviously, and thank you very much again to them sponsoring the Stage 1 and the Stage 2. And once again, I'll read the ad for you. Every single one of you, get ready. February 2nd through the 8th, PGR Esports dropping the biggest race of the year, the PGR 500, a full week of insane action, elite drivers, and non-stop drama, all leading to one epic main event. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube and lock in exclusive streams, highlights, and every heart-pounding moment. This is the PGR 500, February 2nd to the 8th. Don't miss it. So thank you very much to them. And you know, like I said, Wesley, you know, you can attest to this. All the sponsors. I mean, there was so many sponsors that, you know, had to do with this. Blanchard's Towing, you know, TLC, I believe they were part of it. I mean, literally, the list goes on and on and on with all the sponsorships that made this event what it is, and the drivers. I mean, it's just awesome deal.
You're exactly right, and obviously it sounds like PGR Esports will sponsor the next event too, so that's awesome. Hopefully we'll step up and do something with them as well for NASRA, and I mean, that's cool. Like I said, everybody, there's a piece of the pie in the racing world, and I think it's a lot of a big problem of why our motorsports industry is on a decline, because sometimes we have the egos or people don't want to work with each other. The iRacing world sometimes can become that way, but everybody's working with each other, extend the olive branch, and obviously NASRA will have their big event. PGR 500 will have their big event, and working with each other, promoting each other, that just works as better as apple pie, and we all know what apple pie is to America. So let's do this again. Jacob, it's go time. Overtime 2, my friend. Oh, I love apple pie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anything will beat apple pie. Dean, you got to try some. I'm sure somebody over there in Australia makes it one way or another.
Apple pie in America is a Vegemite sandwich in Australia for Dean Hopton. So there you go.
Here we go, y'all. Green flag back in the air, overtime 2. Will we be able to make it back to the white? God, I hope so, and I'm sure the fans would love it. Falkenham from the bottom jumps up to the top. Clean restart. Everybody's shooting through the gears. Falkenham jumping up in front of Baker. Jones down on the inside with help from Masevich. Here they come. Falkenham jumps down, puts the block off turn 2.
So here we go. They work down that back straightaway right now. Everybody stays in line. It is Baker right now trying to get something in the middle lane. Falkenham on the bottom. Jones to the inside. Here comes Wynn. Any of these guys right up in the mix right now, Ron, heading your way to the white flag, hopefully off turn 4.
And the best drivers in this race are peaking at the right time. They want a shot at victory. They've all got a shot at victory as they head their way into the tri-oval for the final time. It's going to be one more lap of racing action here at Talladega, and it's Daniel Falkenham leading across the line. Look at the 5 truck, though, of Matthew Baker. He's been quick all throughout. That 5 truck has been a force to be reckoned with, but so has that 88. That 11 truck's been peaking at the right time. And look at Kyler Wynn in that number 82 truck, always there.
By the way, I want to send a shout out to West Texas Pepper Traders, the one to go as Baker now gets shoved out of line. Win up the middle. He'll slam him on the driver door. So it's on the bottom as well. Here comes now Jones to the inside. Falkenham leads the cavalry, but there's about 15 trucks fighting for the win to be king of Talladega off 4.
Good God almighty, they are blocking all over the place. Kyler Wynn jumps up the wrecker behind him, coming off of turn 4. One of them flipping end over inside over side. Daniel Falkenham looks like he may have it. They are wrecking all over the place. Daniel Falkenham wins the NASRA 500 King of Talladega. He is a big-time payday man. Falkenham wins it. Kyler wins second. Dylan Jones third. The fans got what they wanted. Everybody got what they wanted. Green flag finish. Bigwood and Falkenham wins it here tonight at Talladega. What a finish, Ron.
Oh, that was heart pumping. If you saw that finish and didn't like it, I don't think racing is your sport. Daniel Falkenham, look at how pumped up he is. Pumping his fists in the air, screaming his head off. He's going to need just as many cough drops as anybody in the world after this, and rightfully so. That is a finish to be excited about. The seas parted at the end of this race, Wesley, and he's going to come out of it smelling like a bed of roses.
Yeah, for sure. It'll make the Pharaohs and the Philistines blush the way that just happened. The parting of the Red Seas, he stayed locked to the bottom, stayed out of the way, and obviously put himself in a good spot. Hey, don't be sad. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. 2 overtimes of 3, but look at the calamity. Masterwitz, McClendon, others are on their roof. Another one got airborne. So many different camera angles as we dissect this one here. Not the King of Daga, the King of Dega. The King of Dega is our buddy, Daniel Falkenham. How about it? Driving, sporting the old Dale Earnhardt Jr. Hendrick Motorsports Mountain Dew colors. The driver of the course, Daniel Falkenham. What a talent, what a buddy out of Jonesport, Maine from the Northeast will celebrate as the inaugural winner of the King of Talladega. Look at the smile on his face. Do you think he wanted to win it? He's got a PGR 500 trophy. He's got, of course, other trophies and accolades. A big trophy is coming his way as the inaugural King of Talladega NASRA 500 presented by ServPro winner there, Jacob Reeves.
Oh, baby, you got the 88 in victory lane at Talladega. All is good in the world. Kyler Wynn come up just a couple of literally a couple of inches, couple of feet short. But Daniel Falkenham going to burn it down, and he is going to be remembering this one for a long, long time. He is still going to burn that sucker down right there at the start and finish line. Give it all you fans out there in the live chat and everybody loving it. He's giving y'all a fantastic show. Falkenham gets the win. We'll take you to your race results real quickly. Falkenham gets the win. Daniel Falkenham, Kyler Wynn, Dylan Jones, the top three. We'll be talking to those drivers here in just a little bit. Sebastian Merritt, Puerto Rico, baby, getting the top four. That has got to be big for Sebastian Merritt. Mark Person getting him a top five. How about that? And Jonathan Cofield, the Alabama native, coming home with a P6 here this evening. Good run for Jonathan Cofield. Cody Nagels will finish 7th. Good run for him. Brock Westmoreland will get 8th. The pitboard man, Trevor Astronaut, will finish 9th. And Matthew Baker will finish 10th. J.R. Miller gets 11th. Tyler Justice will get 12th. Freddie Bastinez will get 13th. Chase Mastrada will get 14th. Tiny Orders, Ryden Johnson will get 15th. Nathan Harper, 16th. Chris Blanchard gets 17th. Craig Schroeder rounds out the top 18. E-Ron.
Yeah, and then looking through the rest of the field that we've got in this race, scrolling over the next page, P19 is going to be Nash Bramilla at the end of this race, finishing in 19th. Ethan Eckert, in a heartbreaking series of events, had a good shot to get the W, walks away with just barely a finish inside of the top 20. Joshua McCullough will finish this race in 21st in front of Tucker McClendon in 22nd. Joey Maskowitz will finish this race in 23rd in front of Kenneth McCullough Jr., involved in one of the later yellows. He got caught up in one of the stack-ups coming to take the green flag. Jacob Samatana will finish this race in P25 in front of Taylor Peacock in 26th. Asher Little will finish in 27th place. Malik Ray, John Ward in 28th and 29th. We get into the drivers one lap down. Asher Little, the last of the cars, finishing this race on the lead lap. Jeff Merrick finishes this race in 30th. Matthew Wood in 31st. Connor Yershak in 32nd. Alex Hill in 33rd. Wyatt Gray is placed in 34th at the end of this race. Kenny Reel finishes in 35th with Payne Johnson in 36th. Daniel Eberhardt the third in 37th. John Dornell the third in 38th. Jackson Breeze and Justin Meldochar round out your 40 cars that took the start here in this race. What a race. What a night of action here. That was absolutely fantastic, Jacob.
Brady LaBeouf, Cody Knott, Josh Suss, TJ Moore, Robbie Richards on race control here this evening. Daniel Falkenham, LFG. I ain't even going to say, you guys know what the hell that means. Real quickly, before we go, Wesley Outland, buddy, you sent me a message. You said you gotta move and you gotta roll and everything else, buddy. Your final take on a historic night with NASRA here for the King of Talladega.
Oh yeah, my friend. I've got about another hour of teardown equipment and banners and everything else in the press box, obviously, and it's freezing cold. So I'm going to get back to work on that. We're still going to be live if you're listening on CRN with the post-race interview, so you guys don't go anywhere. But hey, man, Ron Mons, thank you so much, bud. Thank you for stepping up and being able to join us with the booth tonight. Thank you to our audience, boys and girls, children of all ages. Hope you were entertained by the North American Sim Racing Association. Thanks again to PGR 500 Esports and everybody that is a part of what they did. Jacob Reeves, you know I love you like a brother, even though we're a couple of states separate from one another. But, man, a fun time tonight. Good night from Talladega. Congrats to Daniel Falkenham. And I only got 2 words. Roll Tide. Good evening.
Roll Tide, baby. Wesley, always a pleasure calling with you. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We will be right back with your podium finishers. Falkenham wins the King of Talladega. Presented by ServPro. We're back right after this commercial break.
Craftsmanship that lasts a lifetime is Florida Cabinet Distributors. With over 20 years in business and 39 years of woodmaking experience, they proudly serve Northeast Florida to Southeast Georgia, delivering custom woodwork that combines precision, beauty, and durability. Whether you're dreaming of a custom kitchen, bathroom vanity, fireplace and mantle, entertainment center, outdoor kitchen, or even a full library, we can build it at Florida Cabinet Distributors, exactly the way that you envision. Hey, no project is too big or too small. If it's made of wood, Florida Cabinet Distributors can make it. Call or text Steve today. Yes, they gave us his personal cell number, 904-874-3442. That's 904-874-3442 to book today. Florida Cabinet Distributors, craftsmanship that lasts a lifetime.
We're back here for the King of Talladega, presented by ServPro. Falkingham Nation, line it up in the live chat. Daniel Falkingham gets the win here tonight. 88 Dale Jr. colors in gear. Daniel, buddy, congratulations on the win. Buddy, at one point you were down a lap. You got lucky, flip-flopped, and got back up here. Buddy, tell us about the race, because it was a barn burner, to say the least.
Yeah, I was hoping I could get straight to that because it was not as easy as it looked. The first half of the race was pretty straightforward, and then the second half of the race, it really all kicked off for us because we got involved in the wreck with all the guys coming to pit road. But thankfully, the caution came out, so that's why, excuse me, I decided to try to fix some of my damage, but I wasn't paying attention to the leaders coming around that were still on the racetrack, so I ended up going a lap down from that. But I was going to take the wave around, but then they balked me for going through like 3 or more boxes or whatever that is. So that means I had to go a lap down. And then, thankfully, we had a caution right after that. But I wasn't able to pit where I could top off on fuel. So that means I was down on fuel compared to everyone else on that last long run we had. So I was hoping for a caution so I could pit with everyone else. But if you saw me pit by myself, I had to bail early because I was running out of gas. So I was by myself, and I was like about half a lap behind the pack at the end of that long run. So we just kept clawing and fighting, trying to get back in it. And we got the caution we needed, but didn't have a lot of time. We only had like 20 laps, and I was worried this thing was going to get really gridlocked, but we really just made all the right moves at the right time, and we got lucky with avoiding the direction we needed to because we gained a lot of spots on one restart, and then it was like the next restart, we missed the wreck on the back straightaway. We missed the restart wreck, and then we took advantage of other people's misfortunes with Malik's wheel, I guess, coming unplugged. So that put us on the front row, and just so much stuff. Like, these races, like, They may look easy, but you got to get really lucky in these races to have a shot, and all the luck fell our way tonight. So couldn't be prouder to put ourselves in victory lane, call ourselves the King of Talladega, and feels good to win another big event in 2025, that's for sure.
And Daniel, it's Ron here on the broadcast booth. I just want to ask you what this win means to you. We saw the reaction as you came across the line, screaming your head off, pumping the fist up in the air. How much does this victory mean to you? And side question from that, do you have any cough drops on hand? Because you may need them after that.
Yeah, I got some lying around. I might take advantage of one, but yeah, like I said, it's a big event. Everyone wants to win. Like, it's the second 500-mile race special event I've won this year because we got the PGR 500 earlier this year, and then we've got this one at Talladega. And like you said, the Dale Jr. colors, they promise good luck. I said Wednesday after the duels, hopefully they can bring us some luck, and we can bring out like that Dale Jr.-esque performance, and we did that times 100. So like I said, it's another special event, and it's my first ever like big NASRA special event. We had a shot to win the Daytona 500 in February, but we got caught up in wrecks late. But thankfully, all our luck came back around. We were able to take advantage and win this one. Even though it may have looked easy from the outside, it really wasn't. And you got to be lucky to win these things. So I just feel proud to be able to win this, be the first ever King of Talladega event, I guess. And gonna hopefully wear that badge with honor. And just looking forward to whatever comes next. But I really want to shout out you guys for putting this stuff on, putting this event on. It was a hectic week of like duels, qualifying races, and whatnot. Shout out to all the sponsors, ServPro for putting this race on, and all you guys broadcasting this event. It was a long week for you guys, and feels good to be able to win it for all y'all.
Times 100. Hell, he gets it by times 188 for the 500 here tonight at Talladega. Daniel Falkingham coming home with a win. Daniel, buddy, congratulations on the win. Appreciate your time. Hopefully we'll see you. We'll see you in January when the big one comes around for the King of Talladega. We'll see you then, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
That was Daniel Falkingham. Comes home with the win here this evening. We'll go to second place finisher Kyler Wynn. Kyler, damn man, I mean, you won the King of Daytona back in February. You're trying to go for 2 in a row. What more did you need to get it done here tonight?
Oh man, honestly, I have a shot if they don't wreck out of 4 there. Our lane had a lot of momentum on the top, but either way, I can't be too mad about second. It's what I got. I think it's $800. I'm not really sure. Walked out of here with a stage win too, so there's that. I like to think I'm one of the best when it comes to super speed racing on the service, but the truck is definitely one of my worst cars, so I'm happy to just get it done. And I was happy to be there at the end, to be honest. I find myself wrecked in this car a lot, so being able to be there at the end and being there when it counted definitely helped. Unfortunately, I didn't really have the teammates or their numbers. Teammates are really helpful in this truck, especially. So yeah, I was just outnumbered there at the end. Still got it done though. I think that's in NASRA. The last 3 events I've ran here on the super speeders at least have been a first, second, and a first. So I'll take that. Average finish of 1.3.
Pretty good average finish there, Kyler. Just want to pop into this interview and ask you about the nerves throughout this race. We saw you up and down the field, finding yourself in a lot of points in drama, either pointing the nose of that car around and going for some very tight gaps, or just really being squirrely with the bump drive from cars behind you. I want to ask you how nervous it is running one of these NASCAR trucks here at speed.
Man, funny you asked that. I wasn't nervous at all. Just locked in. I do so many of these. I pretty much do a super speed race every night with MMS and all the other money racing promoters. So the nerves have kind of went out the window, especially when it's money like this. It benefits me a lot because I'm not nervous. I'm just locked in and doing what I need to do. And yeah, I got it done. So yeah, I've been in this scenario many times. I've raced for this amount of money, and the nerves have kind of gotten better or went away even. So yeah, that definitely helps at the end of these.
Kyler Wynn, buddy, you come home with a P2 here tonight. Got you a little extra cash to put in your pocket and get ready, I guess, for Christmas shopping, I guess. But you'll take it all day long. Kyler, buddy, congratulations on the P2. Appreciate your time as always. Thank you, sponsors. Any shout-outs, bud?
Yeah, factory setups on the truck and everybody for putting on this event. A lot of effort goes in by a lot of people. I appreciate everybody on the production team, the broadcast team. You guys do a great job. All the admins and Brady, I know is the one, but I'm sorry, I don't know the RCs by name, but they're the reason why this is possible and why this event is as big as it is. But either way, great event. Thank you for everybody for hosting.
Kyler Wynn gets a P2 here tonight. He'll take it all day long. Kyler, buddy, appreciate your time. Congratulations on the P2. We'll see you in January for the King of Daytona. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, for sure.
That was Kyler Wynn, P2 here tonight. We'll go to P3. The 0-11, just because there was 11 already took, but he had 3 numbers, but hell, it doesn't make a flip. Dylan Jones, buddy, good run. Literally had to fight all night long for 500 miles, buddy. Tell us about it. Come on, P3.
Yeah, it's always an adventure, but good thing we got 500 miles. But honestly, it was a pretty clean race for me. I mean, I was in the back for a little bit, but I got shuffled back there, and I kind of just chose to stay back there with the stage racing coming at the end. I felt like it was a little bit dangerous. I had a bigger picture in mind, so we hung out in the back and worked our way to the front towards the end and timed it perfectly, and things worked out.
Yeah, Dylan, I want to ask you, kind of in the similar vein to what I asked Kyler just a few moments ago, I want to ask you about what it was like for you just to stay in the right frame of mind throughout this race. You found yourself in a wide variety of positions throughout, including the race lead at one point. So how was it just trying to stick with it throughout this race?
Yeah, it's difficult. It gets a little nerve-wracking I know some of these, like Kyler, they got nerves of steel, I guess. I get a little nervous. But you just got to trust what you're doing and I play the chess game out there, trying to get yourself in the right position, keep yourself out of trouble, see what's happening, and just you got to have some luck too.
Got to take the luck any way that you can get it. It's Talladega, baby. Dylan Jones, P3 here tonight. Dylan, buddy, congratulations on the run. Appreciate your time. As always, thank your sponsors and any shout-outs, bud.
Just a big thanks to all you guys at NASRA, all the admins. I'm sure they put up with a lot of crap, and I can't wait to tune into the broadcast. You guys are always great.
That was Dylan Jones, comes on P3 here tonight. Dylan, buddy, congratulations on the finish. Appreciate your time. I'm assuming we will see you in January for the King of Daytona, correct?
Yeah, I'll save a little bit of money out of there so we can run it.
Sound like a plan, buddy. We'll see you then.
Hey, thank you, guys.
That was Dylan Jones, P3. There's the flyer. Obviously, for the King of Daytona, if you haven't yet, make sure you scan the QR code. Get yourself lined up if you haven't already. Real quick, before we get into the announcers and, talking to Dean and everything else, we got the VP of Operations here with NASRA, Cody Knott. Cody, buddy, I'm telling you, always a pleasure calling races here with the North American Sim Racing Association. I mean, hell of an event, hell of a job. I mean, awesome all the way around, buddy. You wanted to say some words.
Yeah, we appreciate, as always, people coming out. They make these weeks crazy for me and Brady. We stay up on odd ends and hours getting things organized and put together and stuff like that. But yeah, it was a pretty fantastic showing, especially for us with how much our schedules are and how hectic they are. We're able to put this together as quickly as we did and then be as successful. I think we had 106 actual drivers that turned laps and then 252 rebuys, which is solid. And so we got a lot of money that's going out within the next couple days. King of Talladega, it's our first time we did it. We did a King of Daytona back in like a couple of years ago, back when the broadcast channel was fairly new. So we're looking forward to this next King of Talladega or King of Daytona. We're kind of renaming our NASRA 500 to that. Our NASRA 500 is going to be our type of series that we host now. So we're going to be naming it our series with the King of Daytona, and then we'll probably be back for something within the middle of the summertime, and then again around this time frame for the King of Talladega again. So as you guys can see, we already got a title sponsor for it. We've already made an agreement with Blanchard's Towing to come on board for the King of Daytona as the title sponsor in January. I'm pretty sure if anybody's watching, keep an eye out. We'll probably be opening up signups within the next week or two, just because it's only a month away. So it's going to be pretty quick. We extended it this time. We felt like we wanted to give more people opportunities to make it. So we're working on some format tweaks with probably some smaller fields, but we're going to give people more qualifiers just so there's ample opportunity to get in. So if you see, it's listed, there's 15 total qualifiers this time. So we're jumping from 9 from this event. I think we were 12 on the NASRA 500 we did back in February. We're going to be jumping up to 15. The fields will be smaller, but we're going to give people more opportunities to turn some laps and try to get in.
Well, all righty, Cody. I mean, buddy, I know. Well, I know you didn't race and everything else, but I mean, if you got any sponsors or any shout outs that you want to give out, bud.
Yeah, I guess let's just go ahead and cover all the guys that supported us for this event. I got to thank Raul Meza coming on board as the ServPro sponsor, lifetime supporter for NASRA. I think he's the most driver that's ran the most races here in NASRA. I think he's up to 400 and something now, which is pretty wild. And then I got to thank, obviously, Blanchard's Towing. Put up a lot of money, pretty much helped us cover this massive week with broadcasting with you guys and give away some money with that. And then obviously got to thank Lions, the 3D Designs. They gave out the Cleanest Driver Award. We'll be announcing that here probably within the next day or so, as you can see the graphic on board. So thanks, Lucas Lions, for that. And then obviously everybody else that's involved with NASRA that's our normal sponsors, like Pulse Poppers, and then our tent solutions that came on board. Trying to think of who else. We had Florida Cabinet, Millie's Millie's Restaurant and Catering. Always love those guys. They're down in the actual Daytona area. So hopefully they can jump on board for something big for the Daytona race. And then Florida Cabinet Distributors, big, huge supporter here at NASRA. And then Brickyard, one of Brady's buddies, is his bricklaying company. So we always think when these guys come on board and support us and make sure all these race happens and we're able to give out some money for people.
VP of Operations, Cody Knott. Buddy, appreciate your time. I mean, congratulations on the success. We're just happy to be a small piece of this, this success, buddy. Cody, appreciate your time. Thank you very much for everything that you do, buddy.
Yeah, no problem. You see the King of Talladega logo up at the top left. Go and grab yourself some t-shirts if you're hearing this on the broadcast. We have those t-shirts available with this logo on it. It is through 213simware.com, one of our sponsors for the league. They are a proud apparel company, and I pretty much just have to let them know, and they throw something up on their website. So I believe they're also going to be putting a hoodies together for it. And then I'll be submitting the champion banner, basically like we do for everything here in NASRA whenever there's a winner of a big event or a season or a championship or whatever. That'll be available as well for the drivers if they want to buy a banner for Falkingham that won. If you want to buy his banner, go for it. But yeah, go to 213simware.com, grab yourself a King of Talladega t-shirt, hoodie, and then enjoy some merch and then apparel for this event.
According to the fans out there, he had a lot of love, so there might be a lot coming in on that one right there. There was a lot of Falkenham guys out there on the live chat. Cody, buddy, appreciate your time. Thank you again, bud.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Enjoy your night. Enjoy your rest of Thanksgiving, basically.
That was Cody Knott. Obviously, thank you very much to him. Ron, buddy, so happy that you joined us here tonight, buddy. I mean, it's always kind of iffy when you start out with somebody you don't know kind of what they are like, but buddy, I mean, phenomenal job. Hopefully we get to call some more races here in the very, very near future. Ron, buddy, your take on the King of Talladega here tonight. It was a blast.
Oh, it was an absolutely amazing event from start to finish. A rightful winner. Some fantastic battling to get there, though. Even with the smoke and chaos as we got a little bit farther along in this event, it was absolutely incredible to be a part of. It's been my personal honor to be with you in the commentary booth all throughout. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I do a heck of a lot of shows on my own broadcasting side of things, but man, this is probably one of the best races I've gotten the opportunity to cover this year. That was absolutely incredible.
It was absolutely incredible. And Dean, I don't know if you might want to say something. If you would, by all means, have at it, sir. The best damn producer in the business, Australian Dean Hopton, folks.
It was an absolute crack of a race there to mirror exactly what Ron had said. And it's a pleasure to work with you for the first time too, Ron. And of course, always a pleasure to work with both Wesley and the redneck announcers of announcers there, Jacob. It was fun. It was really good racing. We had a lot of green flag racing and a few little cautions to spice and dice things, but green flag pit stops always goes to show you the strategy that these drivers have played, and that's the thing, isn't it? Later on in this race, where was Daniel? I mean, you go back to so many laps earlier, he was nowhere, but then all of a sudden these drivers know how to get themselves to the end of the race, and they know how to see Barney, and they know how to win a race. And GG's to Daniel and the like of every other driver that has showed up tonight and contributed hours and hours and hours of this week-long fantastic King of Dega racing event.
King of Dega, baby. We love it. We love some Talladega. I'm a big fan of this place. I talked about it earlier about 4 hours ago. I love this place. Near and dear to my heart. It's like a second home to me. And you see why. Look at this. I mean, just chaos coming back to the line. Kyler Witt, if he would have had some help, what could have been, could it have worked out? Who knows at this point? Chaos ensues. Falkingham gets it done. So congratulations, Daniel Falkingham. I'm sure the live chat has been lighting up. They're loving it. I'm loving it. If you haven't yet, make sure you like and subscribe to the NASRA 360 Racing Network. Keep up with everything coming up with the King of Daytona and everything else going on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday here on the North American Sim Racing Association with the NASRA 360 Racing Network. But folks, that is going to do it for this broadcast. Got to thank all the sponsors. Cody got them. Cody got all of them from earlier this week. We'll just call that one as well. PGR for the stage sponsors. Appreciate them. Lines 3D Designs for the Clean Driver Award. Obviously, Points Poppers for the replays, Darren's Detail and Shine for the white flag, Florida Cap Distributors for the start grid, and ServPro for bringing you there. The king of Talladega, the first one of it all. The drivers, shout out to them. The fans, y'all come out in hellacious numbers, about 135 of you at one time. Bray LaBeouf, Cody Knott, TJ Moore, all of you up there doing race control. Thank you very much to all of them and allowing us to be ourselves. For the best damn producer in the business, Australian Dean Humpton Biggles, Rod Motts, and Smithfield, North Carolina's own Wesley Outlet. I'm the redneck announcer, Jake Reeves. Said as always say, be safe, be kind, be fast. Falkenham gets it done in Talladega. What's going to happen in a month's time when we go to Daytona? We'll see you there, folks.